And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. If you're watching from anywhere around the country or the world, really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And let's go here. Hello, everybody. It's I, Alien Spaceship. Hello, AJ. I am doing good. It's been a very stormy Saturday, but it's okay because it's good for the plants. Hello, Nana. It's great to see you as always. Welcome to the stream. And we are now, going to, be doing our Hangout stream, or Saturday, doing the weekends, and also, so we'll get into some of these things right here. Oh, that's good. That's good. You're watching the fight. All right. So now, what we're going to do is get into some mysteries cases, because we talk about very different things. Now, see about the herbal uses of these plants first. Okay. All right, so here we go. We like to talk about plants and stuff here, so we'll say that now there are many plants that are considered weeds, but they're actually nutritious edibles or have been significant medical properties. A weed is simply a plant growing where it isn't wanted. But from the botanical and herbal perspective, these vigorous, various plants that are growing everywhere. Oh, hello, Moki. It's great to see you. Uh, Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Are herbal plants, and these are vigorous growers of potential. Because a lot of times we'll see plants that are considered, you know, weeds that grow everywhere are actually something else. It is actually good plants that are, you know, herbal uses that were used over time. Now the dandelion, for example, every part of the plant is useful, and the leaves are. Yes, do a link dump, please. Yes, I've been waiting for a link dump. Absolutely. Rich vitamins A, C, and K act as natural diuretic. The roots are often used as liver and gallbladder tonic or roasted as coffee substitute. Yes, dandelions are part of this family. Yeah. Almost like these plants are aliens that are in yards, but they're actually from different origins. Oh, hello there, Journey. It's great to see you. Okay, and now we will get our links. Let's see. This. All right, I'm going to save this link right here. Put this down here. The broadleaf plantain, frequently found in lawns, and its leaves can be crushed into whole attis to soothe bee stings, insect bites, and minor wounds. It contains antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory compounds. Chickweed, a common ground cover used typically to reduce skin inflammation and itching. It is also highly nutritious and can be eaten in salads, offering a mild corn-like flavor. All right, and the purslane. This succulent is a super. The succulent is a superfood containing more omega-3 fatty acids than almost any other leafy green. It's widely used in Mediterranean and Asian cuisines. And this is just stuff that grows randomly in places. These weeds just they grow around, and that is extremely fascinating. There is the yarrow, known for its feathery leaves and white flowers, clusters, and yarrow has historically been used to help stop bleeding and lower fevers. And the stinging needle, though it requires careful handling or cooking dyeing remove the sting. The needle is highly valued as blood tonic for its high mineral content. Burdock, the long taproot, is a staple in many cultures and is used in herbalism as a blood purifier and digestive aid. And purple and dead needle, a common spring weed that is edible and often used in teas for its anti-inflammatory and antifungal properties. Mint, and famous for its creeping roots and quickly take over a yard. Now these are herbs that could turn into this. Lemon balm. The reseeds itself very easily and can dominate nearby garden spaces. The borage, while valued for attracting pollinators, it can become weedy in certain climates due to heavy self-seeding. Safety note: while foraging, never consume plants unless you're 100% certain its identity, as some weeds have toxic alkalics, which is yarrow poisonous hemlock. Always harvest in areas of free pesticides and chemical sprays. About to show these on the screen, the pictures of them. All right, so these are some of these plants that we're talking about. Oh, we were told not. Ah, okay. We were told not to land the moon again. Yeah. Now there are theories about the moon where it's an alien base up there, so they didn't want people to go there again. So that was something we were we there's a conspiracy theory about it that there's something that isn't really what we think it is, that it may not really be there, or there could be an alien base there. Apparently, well, we're kind of in the way. So okay, so yeah, these are the various different edible plants that are weeds that you can see around different places. And people do foraging to get this. Remember, they could be toxic versions of these plants, also. There's dandelion, purple dead needle, Purslane stinging needle. I think I have seeds for stinging. I have seeds for stinging needle, I think, and chickweed and burdock. Oh, burdock is a good one. That's a good one. Okay, and now we're gonna go back this way. Now these are the features of the true dandelion versus cat's ear, hawkweed, and features are hollow, unbranched stem with only one flower per stalk. That these leaves have hairless and grow in the rosette at the base. The imposter, the cat's ear, has hairy leaves and solid branching stems with purple flowers. No, with multiple flowers, actually. And breaking a stem, a true dandelion will always exclude a milky white sap. That's good enough. I never even knew about there is like a fake version of dandelion. Scared. Yeah, the cat's ear looks kind of similar to those. Yeah. Now, and some other ones right here is the purslane, the versus prostate spurge. The true purslane, this succulent has thick, fleshy leaves and smooth, reddish stems. The toxic lookalike, the prostrate spurge, often grows right next to the purslane, but is toxic. Crucial difference: the spurge stems exclude a milky white sap. That one, right? The purple dead needle. Both are edible and have square stems. The henbit. Where's the henbit? So the dead needle top of the leaves are often purple tinted, triangular, and grow in a crowded, downward pointed cluster. The henbit leaves are more rounded and fan shaped. Stinging needle. The true needle has tiny visible stinging hairs and inconspicuous greenish flowers. Safe lookalike, the white needle has similar serrated leaves, but large white flowers are crucially no sting. And then a lot of times, according to the conspiracy theory, it's a lot of times it is people in higher ups by, well, first of all, there's like the government, right? And there's NASA. There's sometimes those higher ups are telling the like NASA to not go to the moon, but the reason, the origins of all this is possibly the maybe aliens that might be over there, or people that are in the higher ups that are monitoring something in that region on the moon, but basically being told by, most likely, my opinion, aliens, from the theories that I have heard. But there could be other variations of it too, where it could be higher ups in the government for some reason, It could be telling NASA or other groups that to not go there. You know, it's either one or two or both that are doing that. Because either they saw something on the moon and they're not maybe not going to tell us exactly what it was, or something from the moon told us not to go there. There's actually some. Hello, Leatherface. Welcome to the stream. There has been a lot of different factors in this because in the UFO sphere there are lots of situations where the moon itself has to do with the moon paranormally. It has some activity on there, or it is some sort of satellite for something. Yeah, a variety of different things. Okay, and we're gonna deep dive into this. All right, so deep dive. The alien warning. One of the most persistent versions of the theory suggests that astronauts encountered extraterrestrials or ancient structures on the lunar surface and were warned never to return. There is no credible, of course, like in the mainstream narrative would be that there is no evidence of this, but there are, you know, whistleblowers apparently that have talked about this very situation. So they would definitely would keep this under the rug, so to speak. But yeah, it is, as I say, a conspiracy theory, which I believe is most likely very true. But they're not going to, go out and tell everybody aliens told us to not go to the moon, because that would just cause a lot of problems everywhere. Although now I think people can, you know, would understand it better, but they still are not going to release a lot of information. Also, a theory that Buzz Aldrin in one of the famous interview, and he tells an 8-year-old girl that we didn't go there, which theorists like myself believe that this is a confession of the landings were not true. Now they're also saying that the reputation for this would be that NASA never went back to the moon in recent decades. Not that they never went there at all, but people think there's ambiguity to it that they either never went there or didn't go back there. Both raise questions. Why didn't they go back there for decades? What was the reason? It's kind of mysterious about, if we're able to go there, why didn't they? What's stopping them from going there? So the secret base theory that I just mentioned is that some, ideas are that there is a building base and the official landing mission was a cover up. Now, it could be one of our bases there for some reason. It could be, another explanation might be there's a base there that we have from a while back, but that we go there, but they don't go and tell the public about it. Or something else has a base there. Solway Spaceman, right? Your internet keeps going in and out. Okay, thank you. Now my end looks like it's working on my end. If anybody has it, does anybody else have buffering from the stream? Is curious. Anyway, so thank you, Moki, for the letting me know. Okay, thanks, Nana. Yeah, because my at the moment, everything is going smoothly. So most governments had interest in it since early 19th century. Okay, gotcha. All right, the Hollow Moon. The originating from 1970 paper by Soviet scientists, this theory suggests that the moon is an artificial hollowed or satellite or a massive alien spaceship. Proponents often cite the way the moon rang like a bell when NASA intentionally crashed the Apollo 12 ascent stage into it. Thought scientists explained simply due to the moon's dry ridge structure and lack of liquid core, dampening seismic waves. But yeah, it rang like a bell, like something's hollow in it. Because the moon is tidally locked, we only ever see the one side of it. The theory claims that the aliens have built a massive cities or bases on the dark side to remain hidden from Earth-based telescopes. That there's some sort of either we have a secret base there, they have some secret base there, or it could be a spaceship that crashed there a long time ago. For I believe movies sometimes tell what is really happening. In my opinion, like on Transformers, they showed there's aliens that crashed into the moon thousands of years ago, and it's possible that they could have found a crash site there. Especially Yuri Andropov, head of state, has had a fascination about aliens since the time of octopus flights over the skies of Karelia. Okay, thanks, Leather. And that is makes sense. All over the world, people had some fascination with this. Yes, the moon is a mystery just like our own planet, and there seems to be more to it than meets the eye. Yeah. All right. The Apollo 17 dots. Recent declassifications of historic UAP materials have included photos from the Apollo 17 showing three dots in triangular formation, while some analysts suggest these could be physical objects. Most scientific explanations point to the lens of flares camera artifacts. The light was said to be an atomic bomb, even though atoms don't have tentacles. Ah, I get it. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, so in the alien files that were released, the recent classification of historical UAP sightings materials have included photos of the Apollo 17 mission showing three dots in a triangular formation, while some suggest they could be physical objects. They're likely some sort of alien phenomena. And Moki clearly says that the aliens told us not to go back to the moon. So that is who told us not to go back to the moon was the aliens themselves. And then the higher ups told NASA and the other people that go to the do space travel to not go there. Yeah. So the aliens told us to not go there. Rune-like structures, low resolution images from older lunar orbiters sometimes show shadows of features that look like towers or domes. The face of the moon or various monoliths are documented by NASA, and they believe it's natural formations, but we think it could be something else. And no, and allegedly on the dark side of the moon, there is an alien base of some kind. Weather says just look at what the hell the government is doing in Antarctica, which is 99% closed off to all information. Oh, I had a debate about the Antarctica with people on the stream, and chat did. People could disagree about it, but some people are just being silly about it. But and then I had to go tell people facts. I went and pulled up facts, and because they're saying like I'm talking about the Reich had a base there, right? Allegedly. That's an alleged theory. But and they're like, oh, the Nazis went to Antarctica. And I pulled it up. I'm like, look at this. They went to Antarctica. They literally went there to explore it. So they all look stupid. So yeah, what else am I right about? So yeah, it's a mystery. We don't know what's going on in Antarctica. There could be aliens there. There could be a civilization that's there, sort of like a beyond the ice wall that was allegedly documented. Somebody that explored there allegedly saw people. And let's see, so there's all kinds of different theories about what could be, and thousands of troops there. Okay, so allegedly there was a war in Antarctica against the Nazis there, and let's go to the Antarctica conspiracies. Okay, so the escaped Hitler. So proponents. So this is about the Nazi base theory. I don't know about. I've not heard about thousands of troops going there, but I have heard that there was a war that happened or some sort of exchange of fire that happened in Antarctica at some point. Yeah, but I don't know if it was thousands of them. Right, exactly. Uh, and let's see, the proponent. So the suggest that Hitler did not die in Berlin, but fled the via U-boat to Antarctica. This was fueled by the real-world appearance of two German U-boats, U-530 and U-977, in Argentina months after the war ended. Base 211, Swabia. So this theory claims that the Nazis discovered the massive underground caverns warmed by geometrical activity in the region they called New Schwabland. The advanced technologies. Some versions that there's allegedly developed the flying saucers. Oh yes, I definitely agree. They would be very old, but this is something that happened uh, a long a time ago, back during World War II, that they had that some of them they went to Argentina. They definitely went to Argentina, but they were allegedly they went to the Antarctica and found a civilization or had some sort of a base there at some point in the past. Yeah, and they would be extremely old or not really, you know, around anymore, right? But their descendants definitely survived, especially in Argentina. And the battle operation High Jump. In 1946 to 1947, the U.S. Navy launched a massive mission to Antarctica, led by Admiral Richard E. Byard. So the theory claims that this was a secret military invasion to destroy a Nazi base, that the U.S. forces were, or they're repelled by uh, the Nazi craft that may have been similar to UFOs. So there was a Operation High Jump, right, in 1946 and 1947, and the Navy launched the massive mission into Antarctica. And it was a secret mission invasion Nazi bases. So the bases were either destroyed or they allegedly, were repelled by their craft because they were building jets and stuff before the war ended. And so they may have had advanced craft, but as I said, today, if it's still there, which I don't think it is, it would be descendants of them. But they, as I said, definitely in Argentina, they're there, the descendants of them. And so at first there was but of course I do believe that they did a lot of things with the aliens. Because there was a crash in fascist Italy during the time of Mussolini. It, that was their government at the time, and in Italy they had a crashed UFO that occurred before Roswell. So the Reich could have gotten that technology from the aircraft that crashed because they took over Italy at some point, and then they were reverse engineering them before we were. And eventually, those scientists, as we talked about Moki before, came over here to the U.S. And then we start working on the same type of technology we got from the ETs. So at some point, they were going to build these type of advanced craft, but they didn't exactly make it to putting them in production before the war ended. But our side continued the experiment. So this is this is the historic reality. So this is the mainstream narrative about it. 1938 to 1939 expedition. Journey did send an expedition to Antarctica on the MS Schwabenland, but its goal was to find a site for the Walling station to produce uh, mar- margarine. And Oki said, it annoys me that we were talking about stuff from the 40s. There are pictures and preserved bodies still, and they won't show us. There are collected dozens of aliens. I'm not denying that there's aliens there. I'm not denying that. Oh, but this was a conspiracy theory about, based on some historical things that happened about an expedition that they went there. But no, I do agree that there's aliens in Antarctica. Absolutely. But there's also that they went there too, and they may have had some sort of a link to them. So, and understand your position. Okay, thank you. And I was just doing a generalization of the various different theories about what's going on in Antarctica. And yeah, that is true because there is things of free energy because the aliens definitely have free energy that exists, that if people were to have them, it would cause problems, for the economy and stuff like that. There are claims that there is a secret lost city. Uh, Otherface said it wasn't Antarctica that people discovered underwater antennas like the radio towers. I don't know. I've not heard of that theory, Leather. That's a good question. And in these, but as I said, I believe that the a separate topic is that I do think that the Reich had technology from those aliens, you know, or at least had some sort of communication with them because they were trying to find an inner Earth themselves. Okay, let's see this. All right, and this part is the and Oki said, "You think after this many years they could figure out how to incorporate free energy into our economy?" Yeah, I mean they had free energy from different aliens, you know, alien technology and also free energy technology as well. And also in that situation, the the economy, which had produces a lot of money and power, they want to preserve it. Like even Tesla himself had this idea of wireless electricity, and there were people that had UFO technology, also, from aliens that would give us completely free energy. So they want to keep their money and power, and they didn't want to distort it, right? So they wanted to conceal the truth from us about what really is happening, with this technology. That's mostly likely why the scientists and stuff were hidden. Their information was hidden, right? But yeah, and there's the subterranean. So this is about theory of aliens in Antarctica. Thank you, Moki. Thank you, Moki, very much. So the subterranean base theory. This theory is that the suggests that advanced extraterrestrials live in a massive geothermally heated caverns deep beneath the ice. Proponents often link this to the zoo hypothesis, where aliens use Antarctica as a hidden observation post to monitor humanity. We've seen that there's different UFOs that came from underwater and they come up to the top. You know, these things from space, but they're coming from beneath the sea. So could Antarctica be a base that is underwater that's able to link a missing link here? Because that could be where their main base is with their underwater operations. And like you said, I have to admit I'm scared of free energy. Am I going to lose my investments? Well, that's a very good question, Moki, and I would say that it would be completely unpredictable about what it would cause the markets, etc. It could certainly now, if they were able to have a way to invest in this, it could actually be quite lucrative to invest in. Although it wouldn't be a company, or if there was a company or something, somehow they're giving everybody free energy. There would be a way to, and there's some sort of a way of investing in it, some kind of way if it had to do with keeping up maintenance with infrastructure or those that produce it. You would be able to perhaps make a huge investment with that hypothetically. But the old economy investments possibly could see a giant shift could occur with that. That is a possibility. There certainly would be fluctuations. It wouldn't necessarily go down 100% necessarily. It could fluctuate drastically though, hypothetically. Yeah, because a JP Morgan, yeah, and Tesla, because they. So yeah, the investments it would be on possibly on thin ice, and because having it in a system that could collapse, and that would be a good idea hypothetically in such a situation were to occur. It would be to diversify, where there's like precious metals or other things. So if something goes downhill, you had like a say they're always going to need silver and gold to for technology, right? So say the technology would make to maintain these types of structures that would give free energy. And when you have that, actually silver and gold would go up drastically because it would be needed for those types of structures. So if there's a diverse investment all over the place, if something were to go out like the economy, the gold and silver investments would skyrocket unimaginably to maintain that type of tech because they're both used often in advanced technology, especially things like this would be used. It's very scary. I do agree. It's a very scary situation, and there are pyramid structures. Oh, hello Zero. Welcome to the stream. There is internet viral satellite images, often from Google Earth. There are pyramid shapes formations in the Else Mountains, while theorists claim that these are alien built, I believe, or a lost civilization. Oh, hello Liberty. You are right, Moki. Absolutely. There are many people that are retirees that are in that system. Absolutely. And it would cause the retirees to have a hypothetical problem too, or some sort of fluctuation. Now, even other things can cause a collapse economically like that, but especially them. But now some of them do invest in precious metals and other things like that. Uh, that's diverse. But yes, many people do have that too. Very good point. And I believe that it's more than likely that there's actually alien bases that were here for thousands of years in Antarctica. And I do think that people from like a long time ago from the 40s would not be there now. You know, they would have fizzled out. So, and they did lose the war, so it wouldn't really be they wouldn't be able to really back up that type of technology, you know, or whatever. So I do think that it's more than likely there's alien bases there for thousands of years or however long, and that they're still there today, and that's where these pyramid structures are and these things that are within the ice. And Zero says to explain in the basic format when you enter the light speed is different dimension than is one where pulling and pooling energy from the dimension that is over simplifying it. New Mexico too, I've heard. Oh yes, and basic format when entering the light speed, different dimension than this one. We're pulling the pooling energy from dimension, not just oversimplifying. Okay, thank you, Zero. All right, and there is there's the pyramid structures that I just talked about, and there's UFO crash sites. The periodic discoveries on Google Maps of unusual tracks. The discoveries on Google Maps of unusual tracks of metallic looking objects and the snow that leads to claims of crashed UFOs. Scientists typically explain these as shadows exposed to rock peaks or ice cracks. Yeah, definitely, Liberty. Absolutely. The secret space program. Some theories allege that the 1955 U.S. government reached a secret agreement with a breakaway group in Antarctica with the space program. Okay, well, Zero, you are just a magnetic force that is hard to uh, stay away from. You are like a magnet. You're a magnet on the spaceship, and we all love you. Yeah. So, yeah, it's scared. Yeah. So it's all good, and the oh, hello, Noah, good to see you. And I'd say it's yeah, definitely with okay the alien theories. Going to switch over this way. So yeah, Zero, uh, it's a compliment in a way. It's good that the because we have all the models in the galaxy on the spaceship, so it's a compliment in a way. So shout out to you Zero and all chat. Appreciate y'all here. And Admiral Byard's sighting. So this is about Byard sighting as a UFO incident. Scared. Liberty. Scared. Scared. So there you go. Yeah, I've been saying I do definitely I get scared a lot in the garden lives. So it's definitely a thing. Okay, and a central pillar of these theories is the claim that during the Operation High Jump, the essential pillar of these theories and claim during Operation High Jump, 1946 to 1947, Admiral Richard E. Byard encountered the flying saucers and entrance to subterranean world. While Byard did mention the need to protect the U.S. from planes, they could fly from pole to pole. There is no verified historical record of him seeing the UFO bases, but those are what he probably saw when he said he saw flying saucers. And the flying saucers, in my opinion, were not things from the Reich, because the Reich would have no way to really fund or fuel those things over that period of time because they were gone. So the UFOs are being seen before the Reich was there, and there were, as I said, even during the time of the Reich, there was a UFO crash that had nothing to do with them. So if the Reich had UFOs, they've reverse engineered them from the aliens, but in this situation, I think there were aliens that were always there for thousands of years. Because the Reich was gone by then. It would be impossible. The Reich was broke. There would be no way to fund these things, and he failed to put them in production before the siege of Berlin, which and the western side was taken by the Allies too. But the siege of Berlin was pretty much when it was officially over. Yeah, I definitely would lean more towards the UFO theory. So Bayard encountered and mentioned the need for protection the U.S. from planes that could fly from pole to pole. There is no verified historical record of him seeing UFOs or alien bases. Lake Vostok magnetic anomaly. And late 1990s, a large magnetic anomaly was detected near Vostok subglacial lake. Some theorists claimed that this was evidence of a massive buried metallic craft, but scientists attribute the thinning of the Earth's crust in that region. The Chilean Navy sighting, 1948 to 1956. Historical report from the Chilean scientists and naval officers described the vertical cigar-shaped object hovering over Antarctica for several hours. So this is from 56. So long after the World War II ended, you had these things flying in the sky. Objects hovering over Antarctica for several witnesses claiming that the Geiger counters registered high radiation. Moki said, I don't really subscribe to the angel demons theory thing. The angels, demons things, but nothing will shake my faith. Okay, Moki, thank you for your take on this. So, Moki, do you think that they're from another planet, maybe? Because that could still be true at the same time. But I have another theory that I came up with is that these sort of from Dr. Greer's idea. Maybe all interdimensional beings or things from space look similar, or they have similar type of technology, including angels and demons. But they all could have similar features or look similar or have similar types of communications with our planet, where it might be hard to distinguish what is what. So they all could be from different sources. Like the thing Aleister Crowley summoned was a similar thing to an alien on another planet, because when they come in this place, they look different from the dimension they came from. Kind of like people might tan in the sun. Everyone tans in the sun to an extent. So, they all could look similar, but be from different origins. So I think that's what he was trying to say in his interview. Not interview, but his lecture. I call it. He wasn't really a lecture, but I call it a lecture. Because I saw what we watched yesterday with Zero, and what we watched from the other stuff from what he was saying. Yeah, because when he says they're not angels and demons, it's like we're seeing about what his explanation is, because I think that the answer is there. It may not be as black and white as we might think. Right. These transdimensional beings, because the properties that happen to them from traveling at light speed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Zero, for that. Definitely. And let's go to this part. So a lot of times, what the people will do, they'll have a mainstream narrative about a base or something in Antarctica from something from the 40s, but if you really look at it, they wouldn't be able to run it for decades after the regime collapsed, and the regime was broke already to begin with. So, yeah, it's something that's been there for longer than we have been on this earth. Yeah, because you see, it's quite universal, and there's some craft that are reverse engineered by us, like what Dr. Greer was talking about, and some things of alien origin. And I believe that there are any craft that any regime throughout time has had that resembled alien tech was because they got it from the aliens themselves. It was just like what Greer said. Greer said. Moki says, I think they are from a different planet or even dimension. Not so sure how it interacts or changes my fate. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your take on that. And yeah, I would say no matter what, to not let it, you do what you think is right for you, of course. I don't, but I would just encourage you, other believers, to not let it shake your faith and maybe, as I said, things cannot be black and white, right? There could be ambiguity about certain stuff, about our origins. It could be a mixture of both if they say something, but if they try to steer people away from the uh, like religions and stuff that already exist, it could be a deception of some kind. But they could take a truth and twist it around, because no, there are theories that aliens came here to fool with our genetics to make us uh, to mine the resources on Earth for their home planet. That is a theory that was seen. That they mutated us from the other creatures of the Earth to create us here. Now, it's also possible that that might be what was talked about when it described the Nephilim hybrids. If that could have been that, and the people in the Bible called it something different, or God made us, and they also fooled with human genetics too. It could be both. Because the truth, I just think that there are possible gray areas where things are not be black and white. Hypothetical. All right, Zero said first isn't they are from many different planets because they are many of them they're transdimensional beings because traveling at light speed change their molecules. Okay. Exhales gradually. Barley. All these bag theories about extraplanetaries are because the shadow government wanted to make people afraid of them. Okay, Zero, thanks. See, and as I said, they do give free energy. So, do they want to cause fear through different religious institutions and through the government to try to make people afraid of them because their technology would help us? Could it be that? There's a the it could be that. You know, but there was a crop circle where the aliens were warning us to not accept free technology from the other aliens because they're trying to trick us into a Trojan horse. So the aliens or demons or angels, whatever they are bad. It's because they're trying to use us as a Trojan horse to get in. But I do definitely think that they're bad entities that are either looking like aliens or just look like that in general, and there could be other ones on other planets. Like I said a moment ago. All right, so and Admiral Byard led the Operation High Jump fleet of 4,700 men and 13 ships to Antarctica for what was officially a scientific training mission. The sudden retreat. The operation, scheduled to last 6 months, but was abruptly terminated after only 8 weeks. There's a theory that claimed that a fleet was attacked by flying saucers, the extraterrestrials, and forced to retreat. Though the official mainstream narrative is that there was weather extremes and technical failures, heavy equipment on the ice, and both could be true. And they could have been the ice and the heavy equipment could have been hindered when they were being attacked by the UFOs. Before in mythology in different parts of the world, they talk about flying saucers being seen. All right, the secret diary. The decades after his passing, Oki said, "I don't know that they are bad." Okay, understood. And that is a really interesting thing. The ponder, and they could be just neutral. Another thing could be they just be scientific or neutral. You know, I do think that they can be hypothetically part of a great deception. And some of them could be demonic entities or working with force of darkness, and some other ones may be fine. Like I think the Ebians seem better from the different types of species I've heard of. The Ebians seem better. But I personally, would have to be concerned about wolves in sheep's clothing or the a Trojan horse situation. And the secret diary. So decades after his passing, the missing journal allegedly surfaced where Bayer described flying like a hollow opening from the South Pole, meeting an advanced civilization called the Ariani or Gartha. So you have those two civilizations that they were seeing, and those might be the ETs that they're talking about. And yeah, the thing about the Hitler was he was very ill and mentally not uh he had schizophrenia or something, and he had very bad Parkinson's, so he wasn't really in the best health during the bunker days. It's not really likely he would have been able to go to Antarctica or Argentina, but there are conspiracy theories of him surviving in Argentina. But he was not allegedly not really in best shape during the ending of the Second War of World War II. Not sure someone wholesome as you are can handle someone as raw as I am. Scared, scared, scared. All right, my own theories. So there are pyramids located in Ellsworth Mountain, perfect a four-side shape, look like the Great Pyramids. And, there's pyramids in Giza that were there for thousands of years ago. There's a theory that there's a UFO, and I want to also mention that when the Reich went into the Soviet Union, they had a problem where they the troops that were going in there, it got cold in winter, and they all kind of had to fall back because it was too cold. So the idea of them going to Antarctica at the end of the war like that is not it's like beyond far fetched. Definitely, they couldn't really handle Russia, the weather, because they didn't give them enough like winter equipment, like clothes and stuff to handle that type of weather. And they just kept falling back and back until it was all the way in their backyard, literally. I'm gonna show you all the pyramid in Antarctica. Here we go. Okay, that's the article about it, and let's go. These are the coordinates of where the Arctic pyramid is, and let's fix this so you can see this. All right, chat. So that's the pyramid in Antarctica that resembles the Great Pyramids, just like the ones in Egypt. It looks identical to the ones in Egypt. So the theory is that long before there was anything like us, there was a civilization there, perhaps aliens, that were there at that time. So you can see it right there. Yeah, Arctic pyramids are cool. Hey, Zero, I understand about that they're not hostile, we would be done for, and that is a good point. And if they are hostile hypothetically, and I do agree with you, Zero. If they are hostile hypothetically, they're a Trojan horse. So if they don't do something later, then they're good. But that is the only thing would be, because you are right. They would have done something to us already if they didn't like us. So if they were bad, they they would have done something, or if they are, it's a Trojan horse. See, chat, this is some crazy stuff right here. That when this is when you have a moment when truth is stranger than fiction. You have three pyramids that resemble the pyramids of Giza, and the Arctic has the same exact thing, literally, right there. So it is just incredible. And Zero said they technically haven't harmed for 10,000 years, alien. Yeah, and in that hypothesis is that the so I'll go about if they are aliens from another planet. They were waiting for a long time to eventually have our civilization evolve and develop. And at some point, they were trying to use the humans for their resources, and their main thing would be to, and that's a very good point, build a civilization and then try to turn the people away from the religions that were established by God or whatever. So the point would be to have mass government control over the civilizations, and those that didn't agree with their new order, if they were to institute it, they would cause those problems. And maybe they did. You know, there is a lot of theories about the aliens coming down and giving people technology that we did use to destroy each other. Also, some gods of other religions may have been them, and they did require sacrifices and worship. And so it's possible that they're trying to manipulate the humans to obey them over the true God or whatever people want to call it, and turn people away from righteousness and go have them fall away. So yeah, they may have not have hurt us, but they wanted to have control over us for their own reasons. And because humans did use metal and firearms, etc., for bad things and also for good things. So it's really a double-edged sword that we did good things with the technology, but also bad things, because humans in general are generally wicked. So the point would be about them being bad, because I am using it as a loose statement, would be trying to turn people away from the religions that people follow or from a creator that originally created them to something else that would corrupt their spiritual salvation, or if the aliens are from another planet and they're not part of the demonic entity, these they would try to go and harvest us at some point when the human population got very, very big, like it is now. And then they'll do that and either try to do an enslavement of humanity at some point and pretend to be our ally, or they are not bad and they're trying to help our civilization and will give us good technology and it'll all be sunshine and rainbows. So, although I will say is that I don't really know what the future holds, none of us do, and there does seem to be suspicion because there's so many people that have alien encounters that have traumatic experiences from them. And there are people in occultic practices that are in wicked practices that have summoned these exact same entities that we're seeing. It was mentioned in the video yesterday, they technically worship the Abrahamic God. And as I said, Zero, and you got to remember my theory, is that I think that there are good aliens out there, hypothetically. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the other ones that seem to have caused humanity trouble. And thank you, Zero, for the good point. So I think that there could be just like people. There are good and bad people, right? So the ones that believe in the Abrahamic God, the Ebians, right? They prayed one time a day, right, on their planet. So any aliens that are good, that are Abrahamic God, believe in him, I have no problem with them. I'm talking about another variation of them that have been associated with the forces of darkness, hypothetically. Right. But thank you, Zero, and you from remind me of that, and that is a good point to make. That they basically could be trying to help us with technology, and if they wanted to harm us, they would have done it throughout time. And they seem to believe in the same God that we do. So, and I hope at some point we could find the truth, and that they can fully implement their plan to help our civilization, if that is the case. Any forces of darkness, together with the good aliens, we will be able, and God will be able to defeat them. Just like the governments and those reptilians, etc. They will not win in the end, but humanity will win, because they definitely are trying to conceal information about them and make people afraid of them when they're trying to help us. Right. And some more images of these pyramids. Yeah. So, like I said, very fascinating. And I do think, my opinion, it is true that they are, this is a pyramid built by either a civilization or aliens of some kind. They call it the creator, but it smells like Abrahamic God. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's what the indigenous natives of America, they call it a creator, the god of creator. You know, but it was the same god that the Abrahamic God, because you have islands all over the world, right? And they believe in a creator. It's similar to like what the Abrahamic God is. So even humans on different islands, different places, believe in something similar. So these aliens creator, I do agree with you. It does sound like the Abrahamic God, definitely. And that's why it's going to have these discussions to find out, you know, after we review different, things about this, but what could be or what cannot be. Right? You see, the layers of that pyramid drastically resemble the pyramids of Giza for sure, right there. All right, and there's another structure, Antarctica. Let's see the door. All right, this is allegedly a door in Antarctica that leads to something. So we're not exactly sure what it leads to. And here's like a close up. People don't know exactly what this is, but allegedly it leads to some other place. Yeah, Zero, I agree. Definitely. Because society has certainly, fallen downhill. Yeah, and this is on Google Maps, and it's a doorway to another, some other place. That makes us scared. Scared. Yeah. So there is the spot that was on Google Maps that was detected. No more poverty. That would be excellent. And that is like the location on the map, and that is it right there. Within two, we'll have a 0 point energy device. That would be good to see because a lot of things that like I've talked about with Moki and chat is that there is a energy device, the you know, anti-gravity energy or 0 point energy, and that would be good for them to finally implement that. They've been hiding that for a long time. As I said, if there's companies or organizations that are putting out those things, it would be very good for our civilization to have. You know, what they don't want to be released, but if a company did it, it would be a good investment to invest in a company with zero energy. You could make trillions of dollars from that probably. If there was some way that like a company either instituted it or were able to do maintenance on them or whatever. We already fired the old pharmaceutical company treating symptoms instead of the cause. Yeah, yeah. You see, the pharmaceutical companies a lot of times will treat. Now there are people that have been helped by them, but I do think a lot of times they want to go and do that instead of treating the symptoms, instead of going to the root cause of something. This is a deep hole in Antarctica that I think is quite intriguing. And there's a giant sea hole in Antarctica. It's very mysterious there. And there is a cute seal right there. Yeah, and now that is a. Well, there was like a seal right here. Let's see. Oh, it is. I don't know which hole it is. No. Now the it would be Antarctica's Mel's hole. It's not the Mel's hole, the original Mel's hole, but it would be the other Mel's hole. Now, all jokes aside, uh, it's a hole in the South Pole. Yeah. Now, for those that don't know, that it's the Mel's Hole is a bottomless pit near Ellensburg, Washington. Just for those that may not know. And on it was first, talked about on Coast to Coast AM in '97. So that is the for those that may not know about what Mel's Hole is. So it would be the Arctic version of Mel's Hole. Now this is allegedly a buried UFO, and I got your joke, Zero. I got it. Yeah, and uh, I got the joke with the Mel's Hole joke. Yeah, uh, but okay. Zero said thought Mookie knew and famous for messing up a joke. Zero. Okay, well, Zero says something else. He says, "I thought Mookie knew I was famous for messing up a joke. Well, I hope they're not actually mad about it." Okay, thank you for your take on that, Zero. I I think everything's all good in my opinion. Thank you for your take on that. So this is allegedly a UFO. This could be AI or CGI or something, but this is allegedly a UFO in Arctic ice, but it could just be CGI. Yeah, but people in the spaceship, we like to make jokes and chill and stuff like that on here. All right, this is a UFO mystery in Antarctica. We have a couple of different, you know, things right here. These mysterious objects right here. Yeah, exactly. Moki's not mad. Moki is not mad at anything. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, right here is the there's a UFO that is sitting right here in the Arctic ice in this region. Yeah, everybody on the spaceship thinks you're Cool Zero. Well, everybody likes each other here, but you're one of the you know people in chat that everybody waits to see. Definitely. And so yeah, this is allegedly a picture of a UFO that is in the ice of the Arctic, but they're saying it's not really sitting in the ice, but it is sitting in the ice. Yeah. So that is another part where it's sitting in the ice. There is theories of an alien base hidden in the Arctic right there. Now, in this region, there is a crashed UFO right here, apparently. This reminds you of the slug or the space snail that was seen in the other region of Pluto. But yeah, it's apparently a crashed or a downed thing in the Arctic. Okay, this is a huge alien allegedly discovered in the Arctic. Looks like a gray. This is so crazy right here. This is the large alien that was spotted in the Arctic ice. So that is a really incredible right there. And this one is allegedly another one. Okay, so this is a space snail on Pluto. It looks kind of similar to things in the Arctic, right there. Yeah. I remember it was around 2018 or so. Or it was actually 2016. Yeah, one of the viewers I had from one of the videos I put out was was explaining to me about this, and yeah, it's a large kind of like it's just like what it apparently looks like up close, a space snail that has been there just moving around and you see, like, that's like a snail. And that's its surface. All right, here's a concept of extraterrestrials within the Earth somehow. Right here. All right, so this would be the aliens inside of the Earth somehow. It wouldn't be a civilization appealed with these things. Okay, Moki, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It was certainly a pleasure, and catch up tomorrow. Okay. All right. So yeah, so this is the idea of the thriving on a super Earth's planet. Now, so we covered the Arctic region and the final part about it being from a different, a hollow Earth concept. Okay, so we'll look at this thing right here. Oh, it's from 21. Yeah, this is another. Here is another example of the hollow Earth idea. Here's another concept, the hollow Earth. There's something within it. Although many don't agree that there's a hollow Earth, that's apparently, yeah, this is allegedly a hollow Earth entrance in the Arctic. Is that part? Okay, not that one. So this is another concept of the super Earth planets that these aliens might be existing on. So here we go. It makes sense that the search of the cosmos for the planets that are similar to Earth, that the only planet that we know of hosts life. However, now of course there's other planets that host life. There's one of the scientists that were talking about this was, he was saying, okay, there's a scientist that went missing or got shot, right? And he found a planet that had life like we do here. Here we go. It makes sense to the search of the cosmos for planets that have similar to Earth, as it's the only planet we know of that host life. However, the universe is extremely diverse in the types of planets it has produced, which means life could be elsewhere, but we just haven't checked. A new study by researchers from the Institute of Astronomy, the University of Cambridge in England, has honed in one type of planet, the Hycean planets, the super Earths. These planets are around 2.5 times larger than Earth, have hydrogen rich atmospheres, and are mostly covered in large ocean liquids, water, which researchers believe could contain microbial life, which we see here on Earth. On Earth, we had observed microbial life surviving in extreme environments, such as miles beneath the Earth's crust and deep within the oceans. This form of life has been characterized as extremophiles. Researchers believe it may be possible that could be extremophiles lying in the depths of these planets. The Nikyu Mad Husudahan, the lead author of the paper, said the Hycean planets open up the whole avenue in the search for life elsewhere, adding a biosignature detection would transform our understanding of life in the universe. We need to be open about where we expect to find life and what form that life could take. As nature continues to suppress us in an often unimaginable way. Okay, so from the Cambridge Institute of Astronomy, the co-author said that it's exciting that habitable conditions could exist on planets so different than Earth. Okay, so that is a theory of them existing on exoplanets. All right, so we have this part of the hollow Earth, and okay, in South Georgia Island, viral images showed long, straight track ending in the strange object. They believe that it was a glacier, but it was possibly a UFO. The Hollow Earth UFO theory. This flips the space alien narrative on its head. Instead of traveling across the light years, it suggests that UFO UAPs are actually crafts belonging to advanced civilizations inside the Earth's core. But in reality, it's aliens themselves that have a base or something within the Earth. Or maybe they've been here for a very long time. And even if you can think about aliens as biological machines of some sort. Yeah. Core concept. The theory suggests that Earth is not a solid sphere but a hollow shell, roughly 800 miles thick. The inner sun, a small glowing sun at the very center, provides light and heat to a lush subterranean world. The polar openings. Massive portals are physical holes at the north and south poles allow to enter and exit. This is why many UFO sightings occur in remote polar regions of the Arctic. The Algratha civilization. Proponents often call the inner world of Agarthia or Shambhala, inhabitants by beings who are either of ancient human, survivors of Atlantis, or a separate, more peaceful species. Theorists claim that the UFO surveillance craft of the inner civilization, the nuclear concern. A popular subtheory is that the inner world became worried after the 1945 atomic bombings. UFO sightings allegedly spiked the starting with Roswell, because the inner Earth inhabitants wanted to ensure humans didn't destroy the planet they share. The flying saucer design. Proponents argue that the circular shape of UFO is optimized for the atmospheric conditions inside the Earth's hollow shell. Admiral Byrd's flight. As mentioned before, the myth of which is the secret diary, the primary is the evidence of the version of the story. He flew into the opening of the pole, met the master of the interworld. Some believe the northern lights aren't caused by a solar wind hitting the atmosphere, but actually light from the inner sun leaking out to the North Pole openings. Systemic breeding. Much like the moon theory proponents point to the systemic data where the Earth rings during the earthquakes, proof of the hollow Earth theory. Okay. Physics dictated that the hollow sphere cannot be stable. The mass would collapse toward the center of gravity. Furthermore, someone inside the hollow shell would experience the gravity not be pulled down toward the inner surface, systemic waves. We know the Earth is solid molten because of how the S and P earthquake through the Earth were hollow. These waves would travel, bounce in ways that modern sensors simply do not see. Okay, the Agrapha, the myth provides that the spiritual and ancient foundation of the hollow earth theory, while the Iron Sky represents its most popular modern pop culture and evolution. The Agrantha, sometimes called the Gratha or Shambhala, is an ancient legendary kingdom said to be located in Earth's core. Legend originated in the Eastern mysticism, described as a land of peace and extreme longevity, high spirituality. Inhabitants are often portrayed as a masters of guardians of the planets and portals. While the poles maintain entrances, the legend says that there are secret tunnels to Agrotha, located under the major world monuments, including the Giza pyramids, Himalayas, and the Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. UFO link. In this version, the flying saucers are not alien, they are vehicles used by the Elder Brothers to monitor the surface or ensure humanity doesn't cause a planetary catastrophe. There's some science fiction connection here. Okay, follows with the idea that the world two Nazis fled to the dark side of the moon. In the sequel, they revived that the Earth is actually hollow and inhabited by a race of reptilian-shaped shapeshifters, including reptilian Hitler riding a T-Rex. Film was pulled directly from real conspiracy lore of the Huan Ebu UFO design. Visual of the pole. Okay, so this is kind of like a science fiction one, but for there's this the Nazi moon base theory, but as I said, this did not it did not last long enough for them to even go to the moon part. Right. So the theory is a modern myth that blends the historical reality and science fiction. Currently stems from the real role of the scientists in the Apollo program in early scientist fiction literature, the the esoteric Hitlerism through the development of the 20th century. The most grounded part of the theory is that the engines did not get humans to the moon. So the von Braun, the chief architect of the Saturn V rocket, was former SS who developed the V2 rocket for the Third Reich and operation. After World War II, the U.S. recruit that 1,600 German scientists to jumpstart the American space program, and historical whitewashing their pasts created the fertile ground for conspiracies suggesting they kept a secret program running in parallel. Interesting. The idea that the Reich was already to the moon was in a lot of fiction. It was in fiction a lot. Iron Skies, Man High Castle, and the rocket ship Galileo. Now, the fringe theories are that the UFO, that 50s and 70s, such as the Ernest Zundel, claimed that these different devices that they developed an anti-gravity flying saucers that they use these craft to establish bases in Antarctica, eventually the moon. But the reality would be their government wouldn't be able to fund these things because they, couldn't win the other war either. So I believe that if they had anti gravity type of UFOs, they extracted it from the UFO crash that happened in Italy during that time, and it was part of a reverse engineering process that they did, but they weren't putting it in mass production. There is Die Glock the Bell, the most recent theory that the supposed top secret technological device that claimed to enable the Nazis to travel through time or space, reaching the moon as early as 1942, which is that's a very big science fiction concept. In reality, the mainstream narrative, which is reality, is that the Reich scientists were critical in U.S. reaching the moon in '69. There is no historical scientific evidence for the Reich establishing any kind of lunar base, and with the war that they were having, that was the last thing they were thinking about would be a moon. It'd be incredible if they had a moon landing and were able to do two front war at the same time. It'd be quite impossible. And something it's not impossible, but something that they probably wouldn't think of doing. They would want to use all their resources to try to win a war that was they already lost while it was happening. Okay, so reports of Egypt over Giza and other parts of Egypt, there are some UFO sightings. As of May 2026, recent reports have highlighted unidentified anomalous phenomena (UAP) in the region. Giant orbs. The witness recently captured the photograph of the video. Several glowing orbs hovering over the night sky above the pyramids with no visible means of propulsion. Pyramid scanning. May 2026. The viral video shared in early May 2026 claims to show UFO behaving as if it were taking readings or scanning the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Origin alignment. Amateur astronomers filmed unidentified aerial crafts above Giza Pyramid that appeared to align in Orion's belt. Same reports claim that these crafts emitted electromagnetic waves that briefly disrupted local communications. The Sinai border encounter, 2014. Three U.S. Army cavalry scouts had reported that seeing eight bright, high-speed objects hovering over Israel-Egypt border in Sinai, the peninsula. These veterans trained in aircraft identification stated that the objects were not man-made. Here's theories of the theoretical claims. So the Thule Hyperus. This is often cited by ancient astronaut theorists. This document reported describes circles of fire and strange objects in the sky during the reign of Thutmose III. However, many mainstream historians, like the Egyptologists, consider the papyrus to be a modern fraud. The Abydos helicopter hieroglyphics. Carvings of the temple of Seti I. The Abydos appear to show a helicopter, a tank, and a jet. Archaeologists explain that these are palimpsests, overlapping carvings from two different pharaohs, Seti I and Ramses II. Created the accidental modern-looking spaceships. Popular theory suggests that the Great Pyramids was an actual advanced power plant designed to create electromagnetic vibrations from interstellar communication or travel. theory that the Great Pyramid at Giza was there's a power plant. So this is how the power plant thing would have worked. The hydrogen production. Theorists claim that the Queen's chamber acted as a chemical vat where two liquids like hydrated zinc and dilute hydric acid mix the boil off hydrogen gas. Grand Gallery as a resonator. The narrow corbelled walls of the Grand Gallery suppose held a massive tuning forks that converted the Earth's natural seismic vibrations into the acoustic energy. Microwave transmission. This acoustic energy was supposedly focused into the King's chamber, where it energized the hydrogen gas to create microwave beam. This beam would then be directed out of the pyramid through its so-called air shafts. Wireless distribution. Like Nikola Tesla's Warden Phi Tower, some believe that the energy was transferred wirelessly to upsleeks around Egypt, which acted as receiving antennas for global power grid. Ahoy, Mark. Greetings to you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hey, Falcon. Good to see you too, buddy. Did pyramids blow its top? Well, it blew its top because it was overloaded with too much data, and it just blew the top one go boom like that. It was all over the ancient news. Yeah, that's the hollow Earth. What you see. Okay, microwave transmission. So yeah, so that we were talking earlier about the hollow Earth in Antarctica. So that's really specifically Antarctica, right? And the Arctic is the entrance to that place. And in the Arctic Circle, it is seen that we have a lot of these types of situations, you know, that point to UFO activity over there. They do, yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah, because the Hollow Earth either is a civilization of humans that like that went under there, or it's an alien civilization. Okay, so what we're talking about before is Antarctica has a lot of UFO sightings, and although there's allegedly there's by the captain that went down there with the U.S. troops and around after World War II, there was this incident that happened where there was lots of UFOs that were spotted, and that he went to a secret civilization. The captain of the mission went to see a civilization according to his diaries. So he saw these UFOs, and although some people think that it could have been a Nazi base, the Reich wouldn't have been able to fund such an expedition, especially after the war. So I do think that the Nazis reverse engineered alien technology at some point, but they didn't really put it in mass production. But that for thousands of years, like for instance, the different indigenous civilizations talk about the Hollow Earth. I think it is very likely that the Hollow Earth was, this extraterrestrial civilization or a base that they had there. And there are pyramids that are there, for instance, in Antarctica. There's these big holes that lead underground from Antarctica, and these different passageways. So there's either a civilization there or a UFOs there. So that is the Hollow Earth, you know, explained. Oh, hello, Todd. Good to see you. Yeah, the Admiral Bird. Yes, Admiral Bird, or Byard. I think it's Bird, right? Okay, so for you coming in, this is the alien pyramids allegedly, right? Just like the pyramids of Giza, but in the Arctic. Hallowed be thy name. Yes, yes. All right, so this right here is the pyramid's circumference. Although it doesn't have probably a circumference, it's called something else probably, but that is the perimeter of this thing. It's designed just like one of these old pyramids. All right, so this is just a parallel between the pyramids of Giza and the pyramids in the Arctic. Yeah, so it just looks identical. And those are some penguins, and they're marching upward there. I do agree with you, Falcon. Definitely. There's a lot of monolith objects that are there. Mark said they wouldn't let my ship there. I think it's my Jolly Roger flag. Arg! They are scared. Yeah, they're scared. Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of things in the Arctic that people are not seeing. They're not letting people see. Right, let's see the door. Okay, this is a door to the Arctic. Right here. And we don't know what this door goes to. And there's coordinates for it, you know, and it was found on Google Maps. Yeah, knock knock. Who's there? It's the Atlantis. It's Atlantis Gerald. That's what it's saying. And Atlantis Gerald who? Atlantis Gerald who is actually the passcode to enter, and then the people go into Middle Earth. And that's a sinister door in Antarctica. Yeah, little man that can't reach the doorbell. Right. Yeah. Okay. So there is this door right here. There's Antarctica. The other thing from the Arctic is the hole. Yeah. Right here, and you have the dive beneath the Arctic shelf right there. So we don't know what that hole leads to. There's these huge holes in these ice, and they certainly could lead to the inner Earth. Now this is a cute seal right here that's enjoying himself. I mean, there's the Arctic. It's sitting on a massive gravity hole that's existed since the dinosaur age, right? Okay, so this is allegedly a supposed crashed UFO in the Arctic from some point in time. Now they say it's not really a crashed UFO, but it is. Right here is a UFO that was crashed. Well, it's really just sitting there. This is a UFO sitting in the Arctic mountain, right? They say it's not really a UFO, but it's like you could go, like someone wheezes on your arm and says it's raining, but it's something. It's not really rain, right? So when you tell us like you see this thing right here, and it's clearly some sort of a disc. It's Can he see orcas swimming around the hole? Uh, that's a good question. There is most likely orcas swimming around the hole, but they have not shown that as far as I'm aware. It seems just to be a void. Like there's nothing really in there. Like there's no uh, whales or anything in the Arctic ice in that specific spot or that water spot. So yeah, you see right there is a UFO hanging out, but they say it's not really there, but it's there. Okay, and this is the another version of the view of the crash as it kind of slides through, like that way. Okay, yeah, these are orcas in the ice. Hello, Amy. It's great to see you. We're talking about some Arctic conspiracy theories. Yeah, and looking at these different orcas too. Hope you're doing well, Amy. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I am. Oh, that's good. That's good. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Polar bears must be happy they got white fur. Whose idea was that? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely the white fur came from many things. It came from the idea of the creation and the reflection on the snow. Yeah, that is true. They have black skin and white fur. Okay. Scared. Yes, over the shoulder. Yeah. Scared. Okay, Arctic UFO theories generally focus on the idea that North Pole, South Pole are serve as entry points to a hidden world as secret bases for advanced civilizations. They'll often use interchangeably to conspiracy lore. These theories built on several key legends to misinterpret historical events. All right, Howler theory. This foundation theory that for the many polar UFO myths, it suggests that Earth is not solid but hollow with central sun and lush interior world known as Agrathia or Sabahola. The polar opening. The proponents claim that massive miles wide openings exist in both north and south poles, acting as the primary doorways for UFOs to enter exit the Earth's interior. Secret Diary of Admiral Byrd, the most cited. Well, yes, he'll definitely give you a pink panther of a cat for your pink cat for your pink UAP. Yes. Most site evidence supported secret diary belongs to Rear Admiral Richard Byrd. The diary claims that during the 1947 polar flight, Byrd plane was hijacked by a saucer-shaped craft, and he was taken to meet an advanced race living inside the Earth who warned him about humanity's use of atomic weapons. This real-world use of Navy mission to the Antarctica is a major source of the Arctic and Arctic UFO lore. Theory: the conspiracy theorists claim that the mission was actually a military operation to destroy a secret Nazi UFO base, often called the Base 211. Legend says U.S. fleet was attacked by advanced flying saucers that moved in and out of the water at incredible speeds, forcing a hasty retreat. Reality: officially, the mission was for the scientific research and training in cold weather warfare. The sudden retreat was actually caused by the early arrival of the winter logistic failures. But yeah, I do think that, yeah, with Bird going down there, was an interesting expedition that he had. Now, I don't think that the base they had there was still intact at that point. I think it was a possible other sort of scenario where they're exploring it for some odd activity that they didn't really know what it was, and it seems they saw these UFOs flying around. And I think that civilizations for thousands of years lived there, and they had this type of technology. If it was aliens or people, whatever it was, that's what it had to be. The USS Trepong photos, viral images allegedly taken from the submarine USS Trepong in 1971, show massive triangular or cigar-shaped craft in the Arctic. Skeptics and naval researchers identify these as targets practice balloons used by the Navy. And the pyramids that I showed you all a moment ago, which I don't know if it's still on the screen, I'll put it up. The Black Knight satellites. Some theories claim that the 13,000-year-old alien satellite is near the polar orbit, consistently monitoring Earth from above the poles. Apparently, the killer whales orcas have no predators. Ah, okay. Extreme cold creates crystal of the air halos. Adult orcas have no natural predators. They are considered the ocean's they are considered the ocean's ultimate apex predator, meaning they sit at the very top of the food chain. Only humans and greys. Okay. Humans. The humans are the only species that oppose the threat to orcas and the greys. No shark species is capable of hunting an adult orca due to the orca's massive size. Intelligence. The pack of hunting behavior. Orcas are known to hunt the great white sharks to eat their fat, rich livers. However, the calves, sick, and injured orcas can occasionally fall victim to sharks if they become separate from their pod. Defensive prey. Large whales, the adult humpback whales, have observed aggressively interfering with orca hunts uh, to protect themselves or other species. Sperm whales. The large male sperm whales are typically too dangerous for orca attack and can successfully defend their pods. Counterattack. Animals like the walrus or narwhals have reported use their tusks to impale orca if desperate defense struggles. Right now it's 1:22 a.m. where I am. Oh, nice, Amy. Cool. Work tomorrow, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'll be Monday. Right. Orcas utilize the high specialized cultural transmitted hunting tactics that allow them to take down. Oh, okay, Liberty. Good night. Scared. And appreciate you coming. Mark says, I get the sun first. I will let you know it doesn't come up. Okay. Okay, thanks, Mark. Okay. Orcas utilize high specialized, cultural transmitted hunting tactics that allow them to take down the ocean's most formidable creatures their success relies on a combination of physical power, group coordination, and deep understanding in prey's biology. Hunting the great white sharks. The includes paralysis. Orcas ram into a shark or their tails to flip it over on its back, and tonic mobility, a state of temporary paralysis that leaves the shark, in a state of immobility. Once it's on its back, the orcas bite near the fins and squeeze out the shark's massive high liver, which can be 5 feet long and discard the rest of the carcass. This behavior isn't instinct. Orcas use a specialized skill that passes down with specific pods, such as famous Moctezuma pods in the Gulf of California. When hunting blue gray or humpback whales, orcas act like wolves of the sea, using exhaustion, and teamwork to overcome their massive size. A pod will chase a large whale for hours, taking turns ramming it and biting it fins to wear it down. Suffocation. To delete a giant orca, will launch themselves onto a whale's back or pull its petrichal fins down to prevent it from surfacing, effectively drowning it by submerging its blowhole. Like their shark hunts, they often only eat most nutrient rich parts of the tongue blubber, leaving the rest of the scavengers. Humpback rescuers. Humpback whales are only marine mammals known to intentionally interfere in the orca hunt. Usually their barnacle encrusted fins as shields to protect the shells of dolphins and even other whale calves. Sperm whale formations. Sperm whales from the Marguerite formation, a defensive circle with their heads inward and powerful tails outward to protect the vulnerable calves. Humpback whales are the only marine mammals known to regularly and intentionally disrupt orca hunts to protect other species. These rescuers often travel long distances specifically to intervene in attacks when prey is not their own kind. Documented rescue behavior. A comprehensive review of 115 interactions recorded over 62 years found in the humpbacks disrupted orca hunts nearly 90% of the time. Diverse beneficiaries. In 89% of these cases, the orcas were hunting unrelated species, including seals, sea lions, and gray whales, calves, and even ocean sunfish. Vigorous defenses. Humpbacks use their massive 5-meter pectoral fins, often covered in sharp barnacles, as shields or weapons. They have even observed lifting seals out of the water onto their bodies to keep them safe from orcas. Extended interventions. These encounters are not brief. Humpbacks, many stay at the scene for 1 of the 7 hours, continuing to harass the orcas until they leave the area. Inadvertently, the leading theory suggests that the humpbacks have evolved instead to respond to vocalizations of hunting orcas. They may rush to the scene intended to protect their own calves, but continue to defend whatever animals they find there once they arrive. Yeah, yeah, that is definitely true. And I don't know if there's ways of finding out about more hollow Earths. I'm sure they definitely are out there. Or maybe if our Earth is just something very unique and different, I get possibility too. Premeditative defense by disrupting orca hunts. Generally, humpbacks make the area too much trouble for orcas to hunt in, thereby directly increasing the long-term survival odds of their own calves. Empathy and social awareness. Some researchers argue that this pattern points to the deeper cognitive abilities, suggesting this ocean guardians might act out of a sense of compassion or fairness. It very well may be. Weird. Yeah, because it's like that could definitely be the case with that situation. It would make sense judging by the name. Unadvertent altruism. The leading theory suggests that the humpbacks have instinctive respondent vocalizations for hunting the orcas. They may rush to the scene intended to protect their own calves by continuing to defend whatever else. The largest species of dolphin. The orcas or killer whales are actually the largest species of dolphin. These apex predators are found in every ocean on Earth, are famous for the high intelligence, complex social structures. An adult, yes, that is true. Yes, advanced brains of an adult orca brain roughly the times 5 times larger than a human's. They possess a highly developed paralimbic system, which scientists believe helps them process complex emotions and social relationships. Unihemispheric sleep. As voluntary breathers, orcas never fully lose consciousness. They sleep by shutting down only one hemisphere of their brain at a time, while keeping the other half awake to the surface for air. Long lifespans in the wild, female orca can live to 80 or 90 years, while males typically live shorter lives, often reaching 30s or 60s. The marsupials, the orcapods, are led by the oldest female. Her wisdom is crucial for the pod's survival, as she passes down knowledge about hunting grounds and techniques. Distinct dialects. Each pod has its own unique set of calls, whistles, which researchers describe as dialects. These sounds act as acoustic badges that help pods identify each other. Cultural fads. Orcas have been observed participating in fads behavior with no clear practical purpose. One famous example in '87 involved Pod of Pungent Sound that started wearing the salmon on their heads as hats. Trend spread throughout other pods for several weeks before disappearing. Ah, okay. It'd be like a wind tunnel. Well, yeah, that is true. It's like you hear like a sailboat horn, right? You can hear it through the other side. It'll be like a wind tunnel. All right, here we go. The classic hollow earth theory usually it claims that there are openings on both ends, one of the North Pole and one of the South Pole. So the theory argue that there are massive firmament portals or physical holes, sometimes called the Siamese holes, that allowed for exchange of air to provide a way for the inner craft to fly out. The double entry myth. Legends of Argrathia often describe a network of tunnels with main entrances at both poles to keep the internal worlds and atmosphere balanced. Admiral Byrd connection. The conspiracy lore of Admiral Byrd flew into the opening of the North Pole in 47, then led the military Operation South Pole to find the other one. The Aura Theory. The Aurora Theory. Some proponents claim that both Aurora Borealis and the Aurora Australis are actually the light from the eternal sun leaking out of the two holes. I know a lot of people. That's where you know people care about the North Pole on Christmas, but usually people don't talk a lot about the North Pole. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Scared. UFO theory around the North Pole blend of historical and other activity. As of May 2026, the Arctic remains a hotspot for unidentified anomalous phenomena. UAP reports, due to increased surveillance and transparency efforts, NORAD protocol shifts following high-profile incidents like 2023 Chinese spy balloon, its radar detects smaller, slower objects previously ignored. This has led to scientific increase. UAP detections were likely always present but filter out. Recent government releases. On May 2026, the Pentagon released dozens of declassified files under President Trump's direction for the unpredicted transparency. These files include videos of UFO over North America from New Year's Day 2026. In 2025, the sightings surged. In the first half of 2025 alone, over 2,000 UFO sightings report globally, with a notable concentration in the northern regions like Canada. About 3% of these remain unexplained after the analysis. Mark said, "I know there were treasures are now our. Just have to change my flag." Yeah, you have to change your flag, and you could go down there and get them. Yeah. Many identified objects. Okay, high altitude balloons. During the Arctic Edge in 2025, the defense exercise led by NORAD, large white silver Thunderhead balloons were launched to test hydrogen as fuel source. These often appeared as mysterious glowing spheres floating roughly 60,000 to 129,000 feet. Atmospheric optics. Extreme cold in the Arctic create a crystals that refract light, causing sundogs, halos, or light pillars that can be easily mistaken for structured aircraft. Mark says, "I can see X on the picture you're showing. Is that us?" Yeah, so that basically indeed is. Yep. It's the X that marks the spot. The Black Knight satellite theory, that the idea that the 13,000-year-old alien craft near the polar orbit persists despite scientific defying object as space debris, but there's actually a satellite that's been there for thousands of years. Or opening, a central pillar of the hollow earth theory is that massive entrance of the subterranean world exists in the North Pole. There is no scientific or satellite evidence of such opening. All right, so the openings are on the North Pole and the South Pole. In the polar opening, central pillar of the hollow earth theory is that the massive entrance of the subterranean world exists. North Pole, there is, of course, no scientific evidence of this, but that's what is believed. Legend claims that Admiral Richard E. Byard flew into the warm land through the North Pole in 47. Historians confirm that the fabrication of Byrd was actually Washington, D.C. during the time of the secret diary incident supposedly occurred. Okay, and let's see this. Been trying to find the rainbow's end forever since I was wee lad doing my head in. Oh yeah, yeah. The thing about that is it is the end of the rainbow's where all the pot of gold is. I've been trying to figure it out too. Now apparently at some point I thought I found it, but it may have been some remnants of it. So I did think I saw something, but it didn't get quite to the end of the rainbow. Okay, and right here, okay, for instance, that is the end of the rainbow right there. Weird. So it's a little bit hard to find, but it can be found. Now that is a circumference rainbow. Yeah, so that's where the pot of gold is, and there's the double rainbow. Yeah, that is true. They are circles. Yeah, so when people think they find the end, it's actually not the end because it's a circle. Although it looks like an arc, it's technically a circle. Scared. See, that's the circular motion of it. Yeah, so this is the pot of gold thing where at the end of the rainbow, scared. Mark said we got an amusement park called Rainbow's End. Dug holes everywhere, no treasure. What's the opposite to R? That's I felt. Oh, okay. Yes, it may be the firmament. Right. Okay. Hey, here. Let's see. Yes, beautiful treasure. Arg. Myth of the pot of gold primarily originates from the Irish folklore, which increasingly linked to legend of the leprechaun, and these tales, the rainbow mirrors, are seen as magical bridges connecting the human world to the fairy realm, serving as a perfect hiding spot for the secret treasure. Key origins and theories. Viking raids and buried treasure. Popular historical theory suggests the myth of stems from the 8th century Viking invasion of Ireland. The Vikings often looted gold and buried it in secret caches. According to the history of the science behind pots of gold and rainbows, folklore suggested that the Vikings eventually left the wee folk leprechauns, found the abandoned stashes, and reburied them deep underground to keep them away from greedy humans. The farmer and the trickster. A specific folk story tells of two poor farmers who captured leprechauns. When they grew overly greedy with their wishes, the leprechaun tricked them by claiming all the wealth they desired was in a pot at the end of the rainbow. Since rainbows are optical illusions without physical end, of the farmers were left chasing a fictitious fortune forever. The Celtic rainbow cups. Parts of southern Germany and ancient Celtic gold coins called the Regenbogen. The rainbow cups were often found in plowed fields that heavily rained. Their concave shape and the golden glint of their popular belief that the rainbows left these coins behind wherever they touched the earth, symbols of the unattainable. Over time, the pot of gold evolved into a cultural metaphor because the rainbow is a full circle and is perceived the shift ends of the viewers. Moves. The treasure represents the dream of a goal that is difficult or impossible to reach in reality. Sure, absolutely. Let's see. I have to put it up. Crown of Queen Elizabeth typically refers to the iconic pieces from the British crown jewels, Imperial State Crown, which she wore for official duties, and St. Edward's Crown only for moments of coronation. So the Imperial State Crown. His crown is most often associated with the Queen worn for annual state opening parliament. Estimated value. Experts place its worth between 3.4 billion and 5.7 billion. It contains 2,868 diamonds, 17 sapphires, and 11 emeralds, and 269 pearls. Okay, there's some sort of power to it. Okay. Yeah, I do think that in the mythology in that it does have that. Famous gems. Its value is largely driven by historic stones like the Polneon 2 diamond, worth estimated 400 million alone, and oh, and the Black Prince ruby and the Straught sapphire. So the famous gems for 4 million alone. The St. Edward's crown. This is the most sacred item in the collection, used only for our yes, exactly, Mark. Our Edward's crown. This is the most sacred item for collection, used only to create a crown for a new monarch at the Westminster Abbey ceremony. Estimated value. Estimates for the piece are lower than the imperial state crown, generally cited for around 57 million to 45 million pounds. Material breakdown. There's a 22 karat gold, which is worth over 100,000 and is adorned in 444 precious, semi-precious stones. The British Crown jewels, which are 100 objects and 23,000 gemstones, is estimated to be worth between 4 billion and 6 billion. Yeah, so gems on the imperial state crown were acquired roughly through a variety of methods, nearly a thousand years, ranging from royal gifts and legal treaties to wartime spoils and legends, diplomatic gifts and colonial tributes. The Colonian 2 diamond, discovered in South Africa in 1905, massive rough Colonian diamond was purchased by the Transvaal government and gifted to King Edward the Edward VII for his 66th birthday in 1907 symbolized a healing relationship after the Boer War. The Turkish diamond. Queen Victoria received 17-carat diamond 1856 as a gift of thanks from the Sultan Abdulhamid Jimid for Britain's support during the Crimean Wars. Wartime spoils. Okay, other gems collected through conquest was the Koh-i-Noor diamond. This famous stone was surrendered to Queen Victoria on April, not necessarily in April, but in 1849 as the condition of a treaty of Lahore after the British East India Company defended the Sikh Empire in the 10th-year-old Maharaja Tulsi Dulip C was forced to sign over the gem. The Black Prince Ruby in 1367 by Don Pedro of Castle in exchange for a military assistance. Don Pedro had originally seized the stone from the Sultan of Granada. Reclaimed royal reclaimed royal property. Now they originally had stones seized, so the Black Prince Ruby was from the red spinel was given to Edward the Black Prince in 1367 by Don Pedro of Castle in exchange for military assistance, and Don Pedro had originally seized stone from Sultan of Granada. Reclaimed royal property. Several stones were smuggled out of the country during the period of the Revolution and later brought back or recovered. Straught sapphire. King James II reportedly smuggled the sapphire out of England in his pocket when he fled during the Glorious Revolution of 1688. It remained with his descendants in Italy until King George VI. No, King George IV's agent brought it back from merchants in the early 19th century. Marx said, I wonder if the king wipes his own backside. These days, they used to have someone collect his stools for health reasons. What a job. Yeah, back in the day, they had this thing where they would have somebody cleaning of the stool, right? So they would have somebody clean the rear end of the king. So that is something that happened. And I think now it's been abolished, but it does make you wonder if they still do that. Scared. Ancient legends. The grave recovery. The oldest items that are surrounded in religious and historical legend. St. Edward's sapphire. Traditionally, the octagonal sapphire is believed to have been taken from the burial ring of Edward the Confessor when his body moved to a new shrine in Westminster Abbey in 1163. The current version of crown was made in 1937 for King George VI, but the jeweler Granted and Company reused these historic gems from earlier state crowns. Scared. He might get his hand dirty. Scared. The British Crown Jewels collection in the Tower of London include 140 ceremonial objects used by monarchs for nearly 1,000 years. Beyond the famous crown, the collectible features a variety of sacred and symbolic regalia. Primary coronation. So the regalia, the sovereign scepter across the gold rod symbolizes the monarch's temporal power. It holds the Colnian diamond, right, and the sovereign orb, a hollow gold sphere ornamented with gemstone topped with a cross representing the monarch's power as a Christian ruler over the world. The coronation spoon, dating back to 12th century. This is the oldest surviving item in the collection. It is only piece that escaped being melted down during the English Civil War in 1649. The ampulla, a solid gold vessel shaped like an eagle, which holds the holy oil used to anoint the monarch during the coronation ceremony. State sword. The collection includes several ceremonial swords, such as swords of state, swords of spiritual justice, and sword of mercy. The sovereign ring, a golden ring set with a sapphire, ruby, and diamond, known as the wedding ring of England. Armills, a solid gold bracelet presented by the monarch as a symbol of sincerity and wisdom. The banqueting and the church plate. This includes a massive gold, silver, uh, gilt platters and the ultra dishes used for grand royal events and religious services, or set regalia, created for the Queen's consort, the crown of the Queen Elizabeth and Queen Mother, which contains the diamond. The total value of the British Crown jewels officially considered the priceless because they are a permanent part of the nation's heritage and can never be sold, have no formal appraisal, not insured. However, based on strictly material value, the gold and the 23,578 gemstones, experts estimate that the entire collection to be worth between 4 billion and 6 billion. While the collection is immense, a few specific pieces drive the majority of its estimated financial value. Sovereign's scepter with the cross contains the Cullinan the First, the largest clear-cut diamond in the world. It is estimated to be worth 400 million on its own. Imperial State Crown with 2,868 diamonds, the dozens of the other rare gems. Its material value is estimated between 3.4 billion and 5.7 billion. The Koh-i-Noor diamond, set by the Queen Mother's crown, its value is highly debated. Some gemologists estimated it is 140 million to 400 million, while other historical assessments suggest it is worth between 1 billion due to its unique rarity. All right, and Mark says King will be okay. King will be like, you got that bloody budget toilet paper. Again, looks like my fingers. Did they ever find the treasure of Oak Island? My flag should be all right. Okay. This is what it says. This no, a massive hoard of gold or pirate treasure has not been found on Oak Island as of uh, May 2026. Well, the search led by Rick and Marty Lagina have uncovered numerous historical artifacts. A definitive treasure chest or money pit hoard remains elusive. Recent explorations and season 13 have shifted focus toward a deep drilling and high-tech analysis, yielding several key artifacts rather than a single massive haul. The 1600 silver coin. In May 2026, a silver coin dating back to at least 1697 to 1701 was discovered at the Dunfield spoils near the pit money. Yes, exactly, Mark. If you find it, it's yours. Arr! And discoveries found between predates the original 1795 discovery by nearly a century. Garden shaft testing. This area has shown traces of evidence of gold in the water, leading to the team believing that the potential treasure chamber or deposit be local and nearby. Ancient structures, evacuations, excavations of Smith's Cove and other sites have revealed deliberately engineered or underground features and stone carvings that some believe were intended as clues to large construction projects. Clarifying and rumors. There's been headlines about 25 million in treasure or a sealed chamber has been opened. These are a lot of unconfirmed or clickbait speculative. So it's pretty much a mystery. Knights Templar were a medieval order of Catholic warrior monks who became one of the wealthiest and most powerful institutions in history. Yeah, that makes sense because that's how they're not able to really find it easily because they put it in a tree where the roots are. Very difficult to find because it would just be stuck in the root system of a tree. It's a very good analysis. Knights Templar were medieval order of Catholic warrior monks who became one of the wealthiest, most powerful institutions in history. They founded 118 Project Christian program in the Holy Land and were eventually suppressed in 1307 by King Philip IV of France, who was heavily in debt to them. Oak Island connection. The theory linking the Templars to Oak Island suggests that after the order was disabled, a group of knights fled with their secret treasure to the New World, burying it in a money pit, or, as we think, under a tree. The evidence of the artifacts by researchers include the lead cross, founding in 2017 at Smith's Cove. The artifact was determined to be medieval pre-15th century, crafted from source in the 13th France area with significant Templar history, engineering, commodities. The complex flood tunnels and underground structures on Oak Island mirror sophisticated water management and crime systems built by the Knights Malta, a hello comedy, good to see you. Welcome. In this place, like the we're talking about the Knights Templar treasure right now. Like the Valletta and the blue punning clay. The same type of hand worked blue clay found in the money pit was traditionally used by medieval European builders as natural sentient for waterproofing tunnels and acquaintances. Religious artifacts. Many theories believe that the treasure isn't just gold, but sacred relics like the Holy Grail, and Ark of the Covenant are ancient religious manuscripts revealed by the Temple of Solomon. Original hoard. The legend has the Templars amassed their wealth by excavating secret vaults beneath the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem when they were targeted for the arrest of Friday, October 1307, Legend of the Lost Fleet. The Sinclair family in the 1398 voyage. The Sinclair theory of the Henry Sinclair of Earl of Orkney, who allegedly have sailed to North America in 1398, nearly a century before the Columbus. Zeno map. This theory relies heavily on the Zeno narrative in the 16th century document claiming the Venetian navigator accompanied a nobleman named the Zinchimini, believed to be Sinclair, on a voyage on the land called the Frislanda. While some researchers find maps surprisingly accurate, many historians, shout out to Colony Mothership, acting like Sinclair family built the Rosanna the chapel in Scotland, which filled with mysterious carvings. Some believe carvings such as depictions of the American maize corn provides the Sinclair had reached the New World, and are using the chapel as a secret repository to Templar knowledge. There suggests that Sinclair's fleet used the vast resources to construct the sophisticated flood tunnel to Money Pit, hide the secret relics like the Holy Grail or Ark of the Covenant. Freemason connection. The symbolic allegories. Researchers have noted that the original layout of the Money Pit with specific depth in wooden platform 90-foot stones and wood platforms closely parallels the Masonic intuition rituals involved in the secret vaults and hidden in sacred treasure. Masonic artifacts. In the 2025 to 2026 season, The Curse of Oak Island investigated. So there have been researchers have found the Money Pit with specific depths of 90-foot stone with wooden platforms closely parallels to Masonic innation. Masonic artifacts. Hello, Zumi. The 32nd degree Freemason Scotland had examined finds like the garnet gemstone, specific carving that suggests that many may be remnants of the Masonic breastplates are symbolic markers used in rituals linked to the Templars. The hereditary connection. One branch of the theory claims that the Sinclair family served as the hereditary Grand Masters of Scotland Freemasonry, effectively preserving Templars' secrets and maps until they were rediscovered later in Masonic searches on the island. Oh, interesting, Zumi. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for telling us about that one. Okay. Okay, the Roseland Chapel is a building often called the Bible in stone. The most debated feature of those seem to depict the flora and technology of Americas carved in the 50 years before Columbus set sail. Pre-Columbian proof. The maize Indian corn, South Isle that carved depicted of what many identified as ears of corn, since the maize of the North American was officially unknown to Europe. In 1440s, theorists point to this physical evidence that the Sinclair family had already reached the New World. Queen Mary was the real Queen of Scots. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember. I've heard about that feud before. Aloe vera and cacti. Other botanical carvings said to represent aloe vera and the American cacti. Skeptics argue that these may simply be stylized versions of local plants like wheat or strawberries. But it continues to fuel the New World theory that they already had the New World. Mayan pyramids. Some alternative researchers claim that the archives of the chapel are shaped like the Mayan pyramids, with corn carvings growing directly the from them, symbolizing a merger or Templar of indigenous American architecture. The Apprentice Pillar. The most famous feature of the chapel, this pillar is entwined with the beautiful vine-like pattern. Legend says that it would carried by the apprentice while the master mason was away in Italy. When master returned, they saw the supernatural work. Okay, let's see. Yeah, sure, Mark. All right, we'll do it. Maize Indian corn. The most famous evidence of the archway of the South Isle featuring carvings that exactly look like maize corn, since the maize is native to only Americas, unknown 5th century Europe. Theorists argue that the stonemasons must seen firsthand our work from Sinclair's description, exotic flowers, American aloe vera, like maize, and would theoretically have been impossible for medieval masons to carve without knowing of the Americas. Supporters believe that Sinclair in the 1st century Orkney ships to Nova Scotia in New England, and the voyage is often linked to the Zeno narrative, which described North American noblemen as Atlantic expedition. Some researchers point to oral traditions of Nkamok people, Nova Scotia, that described a bearded god or visitor, some called the Gluskap, arriving in a stone ship they believe could be memory of Henry Sinclair. The biggest opal isn't a giant squid in the way that we think of ocean monsters today. It is actually an opalized fossil of a prehistoric relative called the belemnite. The biggest opal, Olympic Australis. Olympic Australis is officially recognized as the largest and most valuable gem opal ever found. It weighs this staggering 17,000 carats dimensions. It's 11-inch long, 4.5 inches high, and 4.75 inches wide. Discovery. It was found in 1956 in Cobra Paddy, Australia, at the depth of 30 feet. It was named after the Olympic Games being held in Melbourne that same year. Oh, they still pan for gold. Okay, I'm sure there's quite a bit of gold down there. They do gold panning in Alaska and also out west. Giant squid connection. You likely heard of the Belemnites, which are opalized remnants of the internal guards from the extinct order of squid-like creature. These create lived between 65 and 213 million years ago in ancient Uromaga, no manga sea that once covered Australia. How it works: when the squid died, its hard internal shell left the cavity to the sea floor. Over millions of years, the water filled the space and hardened to produce the opal, perfectly preserving the shape of the ancient creature. Virgin rainbow, one of the most famous examples of the virgin rainbow opal. While white, the Olympic Australis is considered one of the world's most beautiful because it formed inside the prehistoric belemnite, glows with intense color. Hello, mermaids. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well today, or well, technically today. And it is Mother's Day right now, so technically, so happy Mother's Day too. There you go. And okay, right there. So yeah, of Australia's, let's see, opal. Do you think there was a gold rush in America, or was that an excuse for increased population? Well, that's a very good question. Okay, and it's a very good way to summarize it because uh, the thing with the West is that there was gold and silver there, yes, but it was marketed a certain way, so people would go out west, and people that were selling mining equipment made the most money, right? Not the people that were, you know, mining for gold, but the people that were selling materials to mine for gold made the most money. So there was gold over there, but it was a marketing scheme probably to bring increase their population. Yeah, and it was to probably make profit off people trying to make profit from gold. Yeah, see some more details. So there was gold there, but the scam aspect, the real hoax was often the marketing. Land speculators, merchants, and even government agents exaggerated the ease of finding wealth to lure people to remote areas, often leading to financial ruin for individual prospectors, while the business selling the supplies became rich. It's basically what I just said. The From the research I could see right here. So it was also marketing to bring people there to increase their population. And it was also by the companies that are trying to sell gold, sell the materials to buy gold. Historically, the most successful companies didn't mine for gold; they just focused on the mining the miners. Hey, Chris, we're talking about treasure right now, or like the gold rush being fake. Durable clothing. The most famous example is the Levi Strauss and Company. Strauss and Jacob Davis patented the riveted pocket denim pants, specifically because the regular trousers were easily shredded by rough work of gold mining. Sometimes I feel like every crazy theory either could be realistically possible or either a Scooby Doo episode where the culprit is just someone looking to make a large profit adding a mystical aura. Yeah, that seems to be the case, Chris. A lot of times. Yeah. A lot of times they seem to be coming out true, but I think it's why a lot of people don't believe in conspiracy theories because of the scam part of it. But I do believe there are many that are true, seems to be coming out that are true. But there definitely is a Scooby Doo type situation, possibly as well. Yeah. Mark said England sent criminals to Australia. One guy got done for stealing a loaf of bread. Not sure if that's true. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, Australia, from what I my understanding is that the island was a prison island to send people that were stealing bread or some sort of criminals, and they were sent to Australia. Yeah, from my understanding. Hello, Odin. Yes, Scooby Doo true crime. Right. Essential mining, the tools merchants like Samuel Brandon, who became California's first millionaire, bought up a local supplies of shovels, picks, and pans and resold them for massive markup. Oh, okay, Odin, understood. Chris, that's a good mentality to have. Right. Specialized machinery. Large companies sold advanced gear like the rocker boxes, long toms, and skewel boxes for separating gold from sediment in Placerville. In Placerville. Hardware opened 1852. Even supplied early miners with dynamite and Studenbacher wheels or wheelbarrows. Survival gear. During the Alaskan Yukon rush, companies sold Alaskan kits to travelers who were often required to bring a full year supply. Roughly 1,000 pounds include airtight camps and stoves, portable houses, and dry dog feed from Chicago's stockyard. Hello, Brig. Let's see. Yeah, Mark. Scared. All right. Provisions. Food because California needed everything and had nothing. Merchants like Mary Jane Carples and made fortunes selling basic items like fruit pies for $1.25 each, roughly 45 days. Chris says, I watched a lot of Scooby Doo, Law and Order, and true crime documentaries, leaked sources, so all that investment really was worth my time because I learned how to read between fake and real theory. Okay, Chris, that's good to have, that mentality. Yeah. Yeah, Tank, that is a lot of work right there. Yeah, definitely brutal. For individual miners in 1800s, efficiency was about how dirt, the process and the best tool for depending on how much water. Oh, hello, Greg. Good to see you, buddy. What I'm doing is we're talking about the gold mining scam. Like when they said there's like gold mining, it was actually to increase the population and make money off the people that want to make gold. Yeah, so yeah, a tank all the way around is working around the clock. So that's a very good work ethic. Workaholic. Thanks, Greg, for hitting the like button. For for individual miners in 1800s, efficiency was about how much dirt you could process in a day, and the best tool depended on how much water you had. This is I don't know. This is a contraption of some sort. Okay, look at this thing. The golden pan, essential start. While its most famous tool, the pan was actually at least efficient. It was used for prospecting, testing small amounts of dirt to see if a spot was worth staying in. It required a skilled swirling motion to let the heavy gold settle to the bottom while the lighter sand washed over the rim. The rocker box. It was a major upgrade because it allowed the people to work together. One person shoveled dirt, not to the hopper and the top, which is the other one rocked back and forth like a baby cradle. Why it worked? It used much less water than the methods, making it most effective for the dry claims. It could process about 1 to 3 cubic yards of dirt per day, roughly to 10 times more than a sample pan. If ancient monsters supposedly destroyed a village, why do they always spare camera crews streaming contracts and merchandise stands? They don't may they may not always do that. Another thing you gotta remember is to not be too skeptical because sometimes there's exceptions to the rule where there might be something real and you think it's not real, and so just be aware that sometimes there are going to be exceptions. There are scams and stuff, but there can be also exceptions to the rule. And why do fake prophets always predict disaster very soon instead of giving tomorrow's lottery numbers? That's an excellent point. I agree with you 100% with that. Even supernatural powers avoid useful labor, apparently. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they predict the Armageddon. You know, and like when the world's end is, but they don't predict about like what the lottery numbers are. Yeah, it's a good point. A lot of times they'll say the world's going to end tomorrow or next week or next year, and but they're not going to tell the lottery numbers. Right. Let's see the science. You diverted a stream through a box and shovel dirt. Okay, long tom. A hybrid between a rocker and a sluice. A long tom is used to steady flour. No, no, not a flour. The long tom, a hybrid between a rocker and a sluice. A long tom used a steady flow of water, but had wider collector area at the end. It was highly effective for groups of 3 to 5 men working in a single claim. Mercury, the chemical tool. Miners often placed the liquid mercury in riffles of their sluicy boxes. The mercury would bond with tiny flour gold that was too small to be caught by gravity alone, creating an amalgam. The miners would later heat the recover of gold. This was effective but incredibly toxic for miners and the environment. Want to believe, but never to the point of blind, naive, to buy fake narratives. Understood, and you have to be able to balance it out. Right? But that's a good point, Chris. I agree. Like what we're talking about here, Chris, with the gold mining, right? Like somebody's going to tell you to go mine for gold, and there's actually no gold, so you got to be careful from scammers and stuff. Oh, that's a good question, Odin. Let's see. All right, Australia, Adri, and dry blowing. Okay, so Australia is the driest inhabited. Okay, the difference between environmental necessary and specific types of gold. Australia is the driest inhabited continent and is most famous for gold fields like those in Western Australia. They're located in harsh arid desert. Lack of water. In these regions, water was historically more expensive than whiskey. Miners had to invent indigenous methods to extract gold without it. Dry blowers, crushers, instead of using water to wash away dirt, Australian miners used dry blowers are shakers. These machines use air and vibrations to blow away lighter dust and sand, leaving the heavy gold behind. hard rock crushing. Because much of the gold is locked in hard rock, they use dolly parts or mechanical crushers to pulverize the stone into fine powder that can be windowed by the wind. Winnowed by the wind. All right, dangerous forests and cursed mountains, demon caves, uncivilized tribes keep ordinary people away from profitable territory. Salt used the costs much like three men's lives. Right. American placer deposits in suckling the placer gold. American gold was found in placer deposits and loose gold mixed into river gravel. Power of water. The water is significantly more efficient than air is separating gold because it can process massive volumes of material quickly. Techniques like uh, sucializing and hydraulic mining used high pressure water move entirely hillsides through capture boxes. Efficiency. Wet processing is generally 10 to 15 more effective at the catching fine gold than dry methods because American miners had the water available and they used it to maximize the recovery. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Facts. All right, uh, suckling is more effective than for catching gold. The winner between the two depends heavily on the type of gold you're looking for. Generally, a well-tuned Sulis box can achieve nearly 100% recovery, while dry washer or dry blower typically recovers about 10% of 15% gold under favorable conditions. By water wins, water is physically superior for gold. Separation because the buoyancy ratio in water, gold is about 11 times heavier than the surrounding gravel in the air, only about 7 times heavier. This higher ratio in water makes it much easier for gold to drop out or moving material and stay trapped in the rifles. It's probably riffles. That's what I think it is. Because rifles, it's not rifle, it's riffles. Okay. So dry blower advantage. Even though it catches these gold per bucket, the dry blower can be more efficient in business sense for two reasons. Volume. In dry areas, a dry washer allows you to process more material in a shorter time than a recirculating wet system. Accessibility. It allows you to mine in desert gold in places where it is physically impossible to bring enough water for sluice. So that is how it works with mining in Australia versus mining in the United States. Unlike iron, gold doesn't help much for tools. For survival, you can't eat it, build a shelter with it, or stop storm using a gold necklace. Yeah, now it can be used to barter or trade, hypothetically. Somebody, although people would want supplies and stuff, it could store value and it people might see it as a form of currency, hypothetically. But besides the other types of things, like, you know, what you're speaking of, yeah, it won't really it won't really like help in those other situations. Yeah, humans crossed oceans, destroyed empires, enslaved populations, and start wars over metal mostly used to sit in vaults while rich people start economic graphs and pretend civilization is rational. Yeah. Well, definitely those rich people usually hold their stuff in gold in a vault or whatever they hold it in. And the thing is that the gold appreciates over time. Like the gold is has gone up, drastically, so it can store value over a long period of time. When the other, like gold, is at 4,000 an ounce right now, and over in 2012 it was 1,600. Now it's 4,000. So if someone bought an ounce of gold in 2012 for 1,700 for and $35, they would have $4,000 right now. So yeah, you are right. It does sit in a vault, and it doesn't really do anything. But over a long period of time, it appreciates, and people agree that its value. For instance, over in other parts of the world, like in the Netherlands, yeah, that is true, Chris. Yes, and you see, everyone agrees that it's worth something, so that's why it's worth something. And you're logically thinking, and you are correct, that iron or survival supplies or food is valuable. And in a lot of situations, it may even be more valuable. But psychologically, people have herd through a herd mentality have seen gold as valuable the way it is. It's the same thing with the toilet paper. When something goes wrong, everyone buys toilet paper. It doesn't mean it's logical or it's right, but people do it, and they agree that's the most valuable thing. There is tulips over in the Netherlands, and everyone agreed that the tulip was worth something. Yeah, supply and demand. Yeah, like it was worth something back then, right? And everyone agreed a tulip was so much more valuable than gold. And eventually there is inflation. There is inflation of the tulip. and the tulip went out of, you know, out of value because of tulip inflation. Right. If gold still sur- survive, if gold still has little survival value, why did humans delete more people for gold than actual food? Because it's just how people are. It's just you're thinking logically, but people go by supply and demand. They see a shiny gold thing and think it's valuable over food. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you, but it's just what they base their value on. It's like, yeah, there's a demand. Like someone wants a shiny gold thing, and but and they exchange that shiny gold thing for food. Like, okay, say there's a shiny gold thing, right? And everybody wants it. Let's see. Uh, I have 9 million things open. So let's see, gold shiny. Okay, gold point. Let's see, gold bullion. All right, you see this right here, right? It's like that right there. Everybody wants one of those. So the way people will get their gold is by giving people food. So for instance, there's food, and to get the gold, let's see, right here. Okay. To get food, right? People need food, right? We are saying like people need their food, right? And to get their food that people want, everybody wants that gold piece, those gold coins right there. So they exchange a gold coin to get food because everybody needs food for survival. Rather than exchanging food for survival, they exchange the gold piece. Everybody wants it. You know, the Vikings wanted gold and silver. And for instance, silver is undervalued. And Chris, so part of your logic is actually expressed through silver because silver is used as an industrial metal, and it's arguably more valuable than gold is. But gold is more valuable because it's shiny and it looks cool. But silver is still going up in value, and eventually it may get extremely more valuable than people could think because there's a more they need more silver than they have to make the green energy stuff. It's only people that have food and water and everything that they need to live that spend money on things that are not needed. Right. It reflects light beautifully, triggering an ancient monkey brain that associates shiny things with importance. Exactly, Chris. Because it's like I believe you're an extremely logical thinker, but most people don't think logically, like like that, especially in the past. They saw a gold shiny thing and go, okay. Like literally, I remember like when we talk in the silver community about silver and gold, which gold is still valuable, for different. It could be used for technology. It can be used for some things, but the reason why people like gold is because it's shiny and it looks cool. So there's no logical, you know, like yeah, iron is used. Food is valuable, but they have gold as a middleman. Chris says, I like shiny things too, but I don't see the real value on materials like others. I know, exactly. I know. Now, if somebody, I buy up a lead. Yeah, you buy up lead. Yeah, there you go. That's a good thing to invest in for self defense. Yeah, it's people will throw in that they get lead and silver and gold, right? And a lot of times people will invest in gold and those things. But yeah, lead will definitely protect the things that you have, like this, right? Like people will see this. Like you ever watch like a pirate movie or something, and or even the Vikings too, or other civilizations like the Egyptians. They'll say, "Ooh, shiny." It's and they will exchange. So listen to this, Chris. They will exchange food or iron for for shiny thing right there. Chris says, if aliens watch humanity, would they think gold is scarce element and just evidence that intelligent life can still be hypothesized by reflection objects? Right. And that is a very good way to think. Now, there's theories that the aliens used gold for their spaceships or their planet or something, but they definitely, through a scientific analysis of humans, that's probably what the decision that they would come to is that it was hypothetically reflective objects. Yeah, I'd rather buy ammo than shiny things. That's a good point too. That's fine. Now, the thing is that you would for wealth preservation, one might think that if they did want to buy shiny things, they would definitely need the lead. So people might just cut out the middleman and just get the ammo in general. That's fine too. Yeah, Tank, I don't blame you. You are right. That's true. The lead is a shiny thing. It's the same color, and even if you didn't own the firearm, go buy ammo. It will be one of the only currencies soon. That's true, and I mean, food is important because people will realize what Chris is saying, and they need food and water. And I will say, people forget about water. You could survive without food, but you can't survive without water, really. So, yeah, water and food is something people really need. And then after that, they will get the other thing. Hello, Chris. I mean, not Chris. Carlos. I don't know where I got that from. That is true, Tank. Well, the thing about that, Carlos, is that with YouTube's copyright issues, we don't do song requests. But if there was some other platform that, or something like that, that wouldn't be a problem, maybe we could do that at some point. Would an advanced civilization value gold scientifically while humans value emotionally? Well, they would value gold because it could be gold is still an element that's used in technology. Like smartphones have gold in it, and silver is used in so many industrial things. So they would still put gold and stuff, but I don't know if they would put as much emphasis on it as we do. They would evaluate it technologically, but not emotionally. Right. Yeah, gold is essential in modern technology because it's one of the most reliable and non-reactive conductors on Earth. Unlike copper or silver, gold does not tarnish or corrode, ensuring that the delicate electronic conductors remain stable for decades. The tech sector consumes roughly 320 tons of gold annually. Artificial intelligence. The AI ongoing oil boom has a surge in demand for gold. High performance AI processors and data sensors require gold for bonding wires and interconnectors because they must handle massive amounts of data without a single degradation. All right, Carlos, understood. Well, there's copyright. Like, for instance, I was reacting to something, the channel got a strike, and it just I don't monetize. Like, the streams have a mechanism in it where you can send super chats and stuff, but I don't run ads in my streams, so the streams aren't even monetized, but they get claimed anyway. They get copyright claimed anyway. I don't like the copyright claims, But sometimes I react to things, but I don't like usually like look at the like music stuff. But I could, but I don't usually look at it. The Vikings believed they could take their horde when they die. Also, one of the only religions other than Egyptians to believe so. Ah, okay. Some of the speculate the extraterrestrials might use gold nanoparticles for atmosphere engineering or biological technologies. Yeah, that is true that they use gold for that. That's what I've heard about, and that's why they had us here to mine gold for them. Smartphones contains 50 milligrams of gold. It is found in microprocessors, SIM cards, and thin plated fingers on parts of the motherboard. Satellites and spacecraft are often coated in a thin layer of gold to reflect infrared radiations to stabilize temperatures. Unlike the metals, gold won't wield itself to other components in a vacuum of space. Humans largely use gold in satellite spacecraft, medical, and devices, and high-end computing. We are not gold in our blood and bones. Okay, Carlos, thank you for the request. I'll think about it. And Carlos said, "Do you got plans for Mother's Day?" I have, yeah, yeah, definitely will do, and also, 'cause it's nice to have that with Mother's Day. Yeah, yeah. So I do, yes, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Extraterrestrial civilization relied on extremely advanced energy systems, quantum computing, radio shielding, interstellar communications. Hardware gold could become strategically useful. Nice, nice. Okay, and Where's all the America's gold put on X on it, please? Yes, yes. Engine of green tech. Solar's role technology has shifted. Renewable energy, solar panels, electric vehicles, 5G infrastructure. So that's what silver is used for in a lot of things. Cost of silver is significantly cheaper, and gold value mass to production like cars and solar panels. Silver is actually 7% more effective than gold. However, it has one more flaw: it tarnishes. If you use silver for delicate smartphones, conductor will eventually ionize and fail. Gold is used when connection must stay perfect forever. Because it's silver's role in EVs, economists now call silver the new oil. Unlike gold, which is mostly stored in vaults as well, silver is consumed. Once it's built into a solar panel or circulated, it is much harder or more expensive to recover. So silver is also valuable too, and it's silver has gone up a lot over. It's kind of like a steroid. It's not nowhere. It's nothing near what gold is worth, but it certainly has gone up, and it's like dynamite. It's like dynamite. It could go up really high or really low. That's the thing about it. Now, single bulbs of tulips were sold for as much as 4,000 to 550,000 guilders. To put it in perspective, it's like more than the price of a luxury uh, home, and so it's the tulips are worth more than a luxury home. 10 times the annual salary of a skilled craftsman. Wind trade, much like the trading, didn't involve physical bulbs, but rather forward contracts, building the right furniture harvest, which the Dutch called the wind trade. The crash. In February 1637, the market suddenly collapsed when buyers of the auction in the Harlem failed to show up. Confidence evaporated, and prices plummeted by over 90% almost overnight, leaving many contract holders in final ruin and financial ruin. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, black pepper was historically more valuable, was so valuable that it was frequently referred to as black gold, and certain points was worth more than the weight of gold. 410, the Visigoths besieged Rome and demanded massive ransom to spare the city. The list included 3,000 pounds of pepper, alongside gold, and singling its status as top tier treasure. Medieval currency. During the Middle Ages, pepper was so consistently valuable that it was used as legal tender to pay taxes, rent, and even soldiers' wages. Landlords who accepted as payments were known as papercorn renters. Price disparity. By 16th to 17th century, pepper could sell in Europe for 600 times its original cost, and India due to the monopolies held by the Portuguese and later the Dutch. Trade monopolies. Middle East and later Europe merchants held market price of 40% or more time changed by hands. Right. That's how that worked. The reason why, Chris, is because the more you print paper money, the less valuable it gets because it's not as scarce. So you have inflation. So in inflation, it happened. It happened in Weimar Republic of Germany before the rise of Hitler. So in Germany, they had so much, of the Reichsmark, the marks, not the Reichsmark, but the regular marks, and they were printing so much of the money, it became not valuable at all, right? If you have tons and tons of paper, it's not really worth anything, and if you had something like a picture on a wall of something from 100 years ago, there's only one of a kind, it'd be worth millions of dollars. So, you could think about this concept of printing a bunch of paper and it devalues it, over time. Where something like precious metals or gold or silver, it maintains its value because of its scarcity, and people could hypothetically use it for something, like putting it in a vault, and it would appreciate better over time. It does, Chris. It definitely does. It that's how humans think. They they print it and print it and print it over time, and it gets less and less valuable. And although and people might argue that a dollar that's been printed too much can't really do anything, but a piece of gold or silver could be used for something mild or put in some sort of technology. Uh, so people think you could have some sort of value to it of some kind in a technical sense, but it can't really, obviously it's not like iron or food, or you're thinking of how that should be more valuable than that. But then again, how would people trade iron and food if they're so valuable? Like, what would be the deal breaker there? But that is the thing: is that if you print more and more money, the less value it has. So therefore, then you have inflation, and then everything gets more expensive, and then the price, the value of the paper goes down. So it happened in Germany, and it's happening in the United States. So like it's costed like $1 billion for a piece of bread back then, and a lot of times people would just use the marks for firewood, because it just wasn't worth anything. But those that had like gold and silver were certainly more. It was more valuable than the other stuff. And Chris said the criticism is not that money itself is evil, but that the concentrated ownership can distort society by allowing a small group of shapes and systems benefiting themselves while ordinary people carry the most. Ordinary people carry the most economic pressure. That's actually true. It's been like that since the dawn of time, and it's not fair. Uh, but it's how it works. Yeah, these banks. Like for instance, like if I say, like Chris, uh, wants to say an idea where give somebody, you only have $3, and you give somebody the $3, you give somebody $4, and it's like you don't really want to do that because you only have $3. But in this type of logic, you can actually give them like the $3 and get back, $10, and the $10 just comes out of thin air. So the way the banks work is that you could go and have this money, like $10, just come out of thin air and give it to them like magic. And then after they get $10 out, they'll get like $30, $40 back in. So it's an endless cycle or a loop of a system of the financial system. So, like with Clinton, he would go and have this bubble, and they had this system like where everybody's debts would be paid for people that probably shouldn't be borrowing money. And Uncle Sam thought this was a great idea, the U.S. government, where the all these banks saw was great because the government would be the ones paying people, not them. So they gave people loans, and the government bailed people out. And they kept doing this until the bubble popped in 2008. There was a crash. So, and then the economy goes down because remember when people's prices go up, it's there, it's felt. Even if it's not logical, it's something that is in effect. Oh yeah, Chris, I'm sure you were in disbelief because a lot of this stuff is hard to fathom. Mark, there's conspiracy theories that there was gold under the Twin Towers. Yeah, there's actually a bank under there. No, there's not even a conspiracy theory. There's actually a bank under there that was operating. Yeah, yeah, Greg, I know. It's basically the yeah. A lot of people, Greg, do not understand this stuff when it's being told, and they wouldn't accept it as the truth, and that's how it works out. So yeah, I see. I know what you're saying, Greg. It's like you could go and print more and more money, and then it gets less valuable. But the banks could go make money out of thin air, like it doesn't even exist. Yeah. Yes. If you owe me $10, you ain't giving me nine. Exactly. You would get like $13 or $14, and that's how it works. That's how the banking system would work. And Chris says, in many systems, the people physically sustaining a society own at least of it. Civilization occasionally resembles the pyramid scheme, wearing a necktie. Yes, it's a very similar to the pyramid scheme, and a lot of these were invented by Rockefeller. They didn't want thinkers, they wanted workers, and they want to keep everybody as cogs in the machine, and they wanted like what Greg's talking about. They wanted people to support policies and stuff to and vote for people that were going to give them a promise of the Big Rock Candy Mountains, but in reality, they get something worse than they got before. So I remember they did a thing where they raised minimum wage, but a lot of people got laid off, and they actually got robots in the fast food restaurants to flip burgers and stuff. So it didn't quite work out that well when they had the burgers being flipped, and a lot of these people that might be 17 or 18 or whatever getting these types of jobs eventually would have a problem working their way up because everything just gets more expensive because the people see the thing is they could raise the price. I was telling this to people, Greg, all the time, is that I tell them like they'll raise the prices and everything gets more expensive, but they say it's not true, but actually it is true. Exactly, Greg. They could create money from interest, and they could also just make it out of thin air. Like if somebody borrows money from like Timu Bank, if somebody borrows money from Timu Bank, they could just make up money that exists out of nowhere and put it in someone's account. Just a number in someone's account. They could go and print it, and then they could do the collateral thing to put the money there, right? So they could literally just print money out of nowhere. And also, by interest, money comes out of thin air too. And when that happens, the juggling of checks and balances, the money just keeps circulating through the system. And Greg said the government can't just print money if there's no value behind it. Yes, and remember a Wizard of Oz analogy that could be happening. Because in this type of analogy, there's the wizard from Wizard of Oz, right? So as long as the government makes people think that there's the value being backed by something, they can keep on printing the money. But if people realize there's a little man behind the curtains, then the money goes to zero. And the money is based off of America's stand in the world It's based off of America's position as the global trade hub. It's based off of alleged gold that we have at Fort Knox that may not even be there. So yeah, it can be on very thin ice, but it has to be based on something. I know I owe you 10 and I'll pay it. Just think that it's strange how society reduces trust and relationships into transactions so quickly. So my word matters more than the money. Yeah, I know, and you can't really take the money with you if you pass away, you know. So yeah, it's everything's transactional. I think everything's transactional. Everything's based off value. You know, even like in the streams, like I, you know, I'm here and we all have like our like cool like friendships and stuff. And then there's a transaction that occurs where people like they view me and I provide something for them and etc. You know, somebody I go and plant a seed and the seed gives me a transaction of giving me a plant, right? And so there's a lot of things that are transactional. I think monies exist all around us and all over the world. You know, if you see a big skyscraper, that's money. If you see a car, that's money. Everything is money. You know, there's a way to harness it in your direction, possibly. People can do that. But a lot of times, where people just put it throughout the system into the matrix. Chris says trust is worth more than currency because once people stop trusting each other, every interaction becomes contract guarded by lawyers and passwords. Well, you see, trust is like what is trust exactly would be asked by the people that are running this thing because if you don't have trust in anything, the system doesn't work. The thing is though is that currency doesn't need trust because it'll find somebody else that is cunning and sneaky enough to get out of that situation. So that is the thing about currency is that people will throw trust over to the curb and burn it for currency because currency is going to move. It's going to move, or people think it's going to move, right? They collectively thought it was going to move. So they'll not think logically about trust, but they'll think the currency is going to do its own thing, and they have to throw people aside for it. By doing that, they become slaves to the system of currency, right? So people don't think logically like you do. They think by fear and emotion and impulse. That's unfortunately how the world works, right? They took the gold. I know, Mark. They took the gold out. There's nothing there, but people think it's there, like the Wizard of Oz, right? They had the smoke and mirrors and the showing that there's something there, right? But it's not really there. And America has a superpower. America has a trade partner. So people could sit in a room and agree that a random plant in my yard is worth $1,000,000 and it'll become a currency. You know, you could like those leaves in my yard. You could just say they're currency, right? And it is people just all agreed on it as like unanimously. Yeah. Yes, I know. I agree, but there's sometimes the the trust is more of faith. They have faith really in the system over trust is probably another word for faith, but they have faith in the system. They have faith that the money will do what it does and that people will honor the agreement. So trust and faith are more valuable than that. A lot of people don't really see it that way, but that is a true statement. I agree. Okay, Greg, good night to you. Thank you for coming. It was nice having you chat with us. Yeah, so but without the currency part, people think the currency is more valuable, but it's actually really what the other way around, where it's the faith and trust that is most important. Like someone's going to sit in a chair, you're going to have faith that the chair won't fall over, right? So it's a lot of you know tricky mind games that a lot of this stuff has to do with. But yeah, uh, Very good point. And now also at some point we'll be doing the garden stream that we usually do. So at some point shortly we're going to be wrapping this stream up to soon do the garden live that we usually do. And yeah, but that is the thing about currency is that it's the current. It's like a currency in electricity, right? A current in electricity. That's what's going through people's minds, not the mechanisms that run the engines, right? Like trust and faith. And okay, right. And let's see. Chris says humans basically created the worldwide hallucination called economics and destabilized it through mutual confidence and fear of collapse. Very well said, Chris. Excellent. That is true. It's like a hive mind thinking. It's a survival instinct. People have a survival instinct, a very strong survival instinct. Oh, thank you, brother, and I like your philosophical discussions we have. You're very wise, Chris, and but a lot of people aren't like that. You got especially you got some people that are just mindlessly just going through life and just being a cog in a machine. But you think different. That's important. All right. Okay. So I'll go here. Not necessarily at this moment, but we will be doing the garden live at some point soon. Not at this second, but we will be getting it done. So everybody just be aware that the garden live will be happening soon, and this stream will be ending. So thank you all for watching, and peace.